Check 1 2. Check 1 2. We are live. We're live. We're live. Let's see. All right, y'all. We are live. We're ready to go. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me get something set up here. Let's see. KS is in the building. What's up, KS? Good to see you, man. Blue Jean, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see. Let me switch some things over here. Westfall's in the building. Siege, Cuba. Is it Delangzo? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for tapping in. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. I'm mixing my first song. Westfall, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Love to hear it, man. Shout out to y'all tapping in. Hydra said, I'm praying it's done. Hydra, you've gone to hell and back with this song, man. You've gone to hell and back with the song. Y'all welcome into the stream. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Thank y'all so much for hopping in here. Ooh, how was it where you just listen to the drops? I mean, it's the same thing where you're moving past people, so I can't really move anything around that way. Because you're still cutting on people and rearranging orders and stuff like that. All right, let me double check a few things. I don't think I can take listening to the whole thing. Derek Bennett's in a bit. What's up, Derek Bennett? Appreciate you tapping in. I mean, hey, you can. Hey, if you want to not listen to it while I'm listening to it, and thank you for the heartbeat, Derek. I appreciate it. And then just come in for the breakdown. You're more than welcome to do that as well. Demillion, thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Steven, welcome in. Life, welcome in. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Thank you for the heart me. I literally just hopped on 20 seconds ago. Let me throw up the line. Hold on real quick. Oh, it doesn't want to pop up now. Where'd my line go? All right, hold on. Hold up. Give me a second. I need to pull it up just for a second. Yeah, right now we're open. It depends on who comes in from yesterday. yeah, we literally just hopped on. The whiteboard's too chaotic and it doesn't fit. It's too, I don't got room in here. Mosh is in the building. What's up, Mosh? Thank you for tapping in over on the red app. I appreciate you being here. Give me 1 second to just open this up. Yeah, that's fine. I got you. We'll get moving here in just a couple seconds, or a couple minutes here. I just got to update a few things here. Get this back up, doing its thing. Boom, and we're back. Okay, beautiful. The line is up. Let me just update everything here. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. We'll get into some music here in just a moment. I appreciate y'all tapping in. We're just getting things flowing. I will explain the whole structure of the live stream here in just a couple minutes. But if you have never been here, Steven, sorry, I'm seeing all these gifts. Steven, thank you for the heart puff, the rose, the wink wink. I appreciate it so much. Tim, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. John, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate the love. Y'all are amazing. Very, very kind. I appreciate it. I'll explain the whole live stream in a second. If you're coming in for the first time, though, let me know where you are joining from. If you make music, what kind of music do you make? Talk to me for a little bit here as I get some things pulled up and I get some things opened up here as we get flowing. All right, let me get this refreshed over this side. Greenwood's in the building. Let's go, Greenwood. Shout out to Greenwood. Yeah. We don't do popular songs here. What we do here, which I'll explain in like 2 minutes, are long form consultations. I'll give the structure here in just a moment. That way I can explain it to everyone. But these are really long form. They're detailed consultations. D Busy's in the building. The legend. Arby, thanks for tapping in as well. Good to see you, D Busy. I hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Hydra, I got you. I'm going to go ahead and update the line. Give me just like 30 seconds here, y'all. And then we will go ahead and kickstart the stream. D Busy, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Hydra, boom, you're ready. I appreciate you. Let's get this updated for you. Let me get you at the top of the line. I'm going to try to take like 6 to 8 songs today, something like that. Got you. I got you. You should be ready to ship this one. And again, I know your intention. Robots, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I know your intention with this record. So even if there's other things that, people have their own taste on, we've talked so in depth about the details of this record. I'm sure you should be right there. Okay, we're going to get, get that switched right there. Hydra's up on the board, ready to go. All right, y'all, it is time for the stream. It is time to kickstart Track Talk. So let me give my spiel. Let me give my daily spiel of what's going on. Xander, welcome in. Let me give my spiel here. Henry, I got your email as well. Hydra, appreciate it. Let me get that updated. Beautiful. Okay, if y'all have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I appreciate y'all tapping into the stream. If you have never been here before, what we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. Like I said, 20 to 30 minutes long. We usually listen to your song 2-3 different times to really get into the details and the nuances of what you're doing practically and creatively. We're going to spend that 20 to 30 minutes diving into your mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting and structure to really get into the details of what you're trying to get out of your music. The goal here is to offer specific, practical, and actionable feedback on what you are doing creatively. If that's interesting to you, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow all the steps there. The line is always up on the red or purple app. You can find all of that at my profile on the link as well, so you can really get into the details there. But like I said, about 30 minutes long. This is not a fast review. It's not a review at all. This is a really long form breakdown. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. This is a really, really long form detailed analysis. So if you are wanting to spend 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes on the details of your music, that's what this platform is all about. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to roast you. I'm also not here to just hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. If that happens, I mentioned this every live. If that happens, awesome. If the algorithm gods do what they're doing, and you get exposure from this, fabulous. I love it, but it's not my goal and it's not my priority. So what we do here is not in order to prioritize numbers and stuff like that. I really want to get into the details of what you're doing, again, practically and creatively in your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist and musician. So the goal of this live stream is to approach it from that standpoint. Like I said, I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to just like say if I like or don't like your song in 5 minutes and tell you to get a better mix and move on. I want to get into details. I want to dive into the nuances of what you're doing and hopefully offer you some feedback that helps you. And if your music is phenomenal and it's beautiful and it's gorgeous, then I also want to celebrate the things hyper specifically that you're doing so that everybody in the chat, everybody on the 3 different platforms that we're live on right now can gain some experience from what you do, especially if you're really excellent and you know, credible with what you do. Is it Taylu? Thank you so much for hopping in. Thank you for the follows as well. I appreciate it a lot. Go to my profile. If anyone wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link and read through and follow all the steps right there. We need to have one rip everyone regardless day. Libby and I have talked about that, like, because obviously the structure of this is just like strictly value, right? It's strictly very practical and valuable. And we're like, you know, sometimes we do just want to lay in, and it's just not the format of this, right? This is not what Track Talk is about and what we do. But we've talked about it, like, you know, maybe like once a month we'll hop on and we'll just have like a crazy live and do some fun stuff. The line right now, I've got some people up from yesterday. We got a couple people that just submitted right now. If you want to see the line, I would recommend going to my profile and go to the Red app to submit our failures for fun, right? Well, how would we do that? Yeah, like send in your worst music, not your best music that you're trying to get out there, but send in your worst music. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun structure for a live too. Like send your first beat you ever made, stuff like that. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Jenna's in the building. Welcome in, Jenna. Yeah, but if you want to see the line, go to the Red app. Go to the Red app. YT, the initials. Use your imagination. The other platform that we're live on. On the other platforms, the Red and Purple app, you can always see the line, order, and minimum. It's constantly up there. I'm adjusting it throughout the course of the live to kind of give you what you need. Okay, so Hydra, we're gonna do a blast for the first one. Just get through it. Double check a couple of the things that we've already been talking about. So for those of you who don't know, I've heard this song probably 6 times, 5-6 times. So there's certain things I won't mention that we've just already talked about in depth. So don't think I'm just like skimming through some stuff. This song I literally heard, was it yesterday? I heard it yesterday. We made some other adjustments. I've heard it many, many times. So this first song that we're going to listen to we're approaching it from that standpoint. Just keep that in mind. That's not going to be like very typical. And then we're going to do another track that we should get into a little bit more depth on. Hydra, I got that as well. So let me just double check you. Boom, I got you. So we're going to do a back-to-back from Hydra. But yeah, if y'all do want to submit for a 30-minute long-form detailed consultation, go to my profile, click on the link and read through and follow all of the details. Mark P, welcome in. Rob, welcome in. Let's see. Yucca, welcome in. It's good to see you as well. I appreciate you tapping in. All right, Hydra, you're up. You're ready to go. Give me 2 seconds. I forgot my water in the kitchen. Give me a moment, and I'll be right back. I gotta grab my water. It's a lot of talk. It's a lot of talking and not have water. Okay, all right. All right. Your music, Untitled. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, you're good. You're good, Hydra. I know the feeling. And just keep in mind, Hydra, if you run into any issues on the purple app, just go to the red app. If you run into any weird stuff over there. Okay. Real quick. I've been spending a lot of the day organizing in the studio, changing stuff in here. I'm selling a bunch of stuff to upgrade some of the gear in the studio. So I'm it's been kind of chaos in here, but it is slowly looking better. It's slowly looking better. I've got a bunch of storage, a bunch of organization. I sold 2 drum sets. I have 2 other amps I need to sell. I got a bass amp and a guitar amp I need to sell. I've traded a bunch of stuff out. It's still pretty messy on here, but messy in here. But I need to still buy a couple other things. I need to buy another rack and a mixer stand. So yeah, I'm in the process of moving a bunch of stuff around right now. But hopefully everything will work itself out in the coming couple days. Just because it's so messy in here, it's like hard to work sometimes, even though I still have to constantly. Okay. What is talking about my music mean? So we do long form. Is it Kerr? We do long form consultations over here. So artists, producers, musicians, songwriters, vocalists, they send in their music, and we spend about 20 to 30 minutes breaking it down, consulting on the structure of it, mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, stuff like that, to offer some practical and actionable feedback. Again, each of the breakdowns that we do when we're talking about their music and we're getting into those details is about 20 to 30 minutes long. They're long, so this is not like there's a lot of spaces on here that it's a free line and a 5 skip, and you spend 5 minutes saying, yeah, those dope, bro, just your vocals are too bright, and we move on. It's long. We go back through the song like 2 or 3 different times and really, really knock out some details. So if anybody's interested in that, for one, just hang out, man. It's a great community. There's no pressure, no rush to submit if you don't want to, if you're not comfortable with it right now. I don't want anybody to worry about that. But if you actually want to, if you want to get into the line, which we have live over on the other platforms right now, red or purple app, then you can really get into the details over there. We can see the line, order, and minimum. But go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow the details. We'll get you up there. I appreciate you, Drew. Thanks for tapping in. Me and my band released the EP last week. Our guitar spent time. Hold on, I'm getting the details here. 1 second. TikTok Studio is kind of funky sometimes. It just keeps giving me pop-ups. It's 14. That's crazy. Let's go. It's a KFPL, not super. We just hopped on. We haven't even heard the first song yet. So if you want to submit, just go to my profile, click on the link. And just get yourself up on the board. We're about to do a back-to-back from Hydra, and then we'll open, the line's open. We just hopped on. So we're going to get things moving. If anyone wants to submit, profile, click on the link, read through, follow all the details. Hey, sorry to hear that, Jenna. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, take some time, drink some water. All right, this is Hydra. He said, couldn't type long enough on TikTok. Yeah, I feel that. It's annoying. If you want a little bit more what we'll call freedom, hop on over to the red app or purple app. Purple app has ads sometimes, which is annoying, so the red app tends to be, I think, the place I typically recommend. It also is where you can see the VODs. Every single one of these entire live streams are saved in their entirety over on that red app as well. So make sure you subscribe over there. You can go back and re-reference. If you get a consultation, you could go back and screen record and send notes to an engineer, whatever you're doing. It makes it really, really helpful. Okay. Second song is my instrumental with Suno vocals, but I think your vocals would slap on. Okay, so Hydra, if you don't know Hydra's a masterful producer. He has some placeholder vocals on that track. That'll be the second one we listen to. He just has a demo on there right now. I had to upload my instrumental and put it in the studio. It was the only way I could get it to make only vocal. Did that because I like the lyrics. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you had to upload it. Just be careful of rights. That's the thing that I would double check. Yeah, no pressure. And Kerr, we have a really generous community too. There's always people here that are supporting, that are donating to help put people on and give them opportunities to get consultations and get heard as well. So I don't want anybody to ever feel any pressure. There's no rush. The way that we format this live stream is hopefully, ideally, that even if you're just chilling, Nocturne, welcome in. Moog, welcome in. Good to see you, Moog. Appreciate you tapping in. The way we format this is hopefully anybody here in the chat can still learn from the experience, even if you're not up on the board. Just the way that we dive into the details, the way that we talk about, like, someone's got a really bright vocal and it's really harsh. The way that we approach fixing that, hopefully it's valuable to everybody. So that's kind of that's the format here. Okay. Hydra said, but apologies in advance for completely unmixed track with respect to vocals. Yeah, dude, no problem. Anyway, Supernatural Master was almost too good. Was getting -8s without touching maximizer. That's a nasty master. It's not too I mean, it's pretty full right now because we had some people come in from yesterday, but just check it on the red app. Just go to YT, the red app. You can find it at my profile. You can just click over there. It'll give you all the details, and you can also see the line, the order, the minimum, which I constantly update over there. Okay. Hydra, let's run through your first one. If you want to mute it for a second, Hydra, you can. I'm going to run through this first one. We're going to chop through it. I'm going to briefly, this one is not like the full submission. I just want to get through these transitions so we can finalize a couple things on the master, and then we're going to ship into the next one. But let me dive into this first one just for a second. Once again, I've heard the song many different times, like 5 or 6 different times. So we're going to chop through some things that I wouldn't normally skip through on this one. But let's dive into it. Let's dive into it. Take it. You got to. You got to, Hydra. And if you're over on TikTok as well, make sure you're like tapping the screen like crazy. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heartbeat for the day. It really does help out the live stream. This is a great record, man. It really is. 20 versions. Yeah, I've heard half of those. He's done 20 versions and I've heard 10 of them. Let's go, Hydra. Tell me some of the adjustments that you make while we're getting into these transitions. Tell me a few of the items that you ended up changing. It's time for Hydra. Yeah. I know that. It's almost too real sometimes. I don't think AI would put a baby crying in the background. Got you. Is there a little bit more amplitude on the vocal? Or did you just create space? Got you. It does have more clarity. Definitely. Both of those in tandem probably give it like another 3 dB of perceived loudness. Jane Doe, welcome in. Perfect. Get a little bit of growth. Jason Bourne's in the building. What's up, Jason? Go to my profile, click on the link from there. What's up, Dylan? I'm gonna go back through it. I don't know if I'm really picking up on it too much. Let me listen. Give me a second. I'm gonna listen through the room. I'm gonna mute my mic. It's gonna go mute for just a second. I'm gonna listen. Oh, I can keep the mic on. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna play it in the room so I can see if I'm feeling a little bit more presence there in the speakers. These headphones have really good range, and I'm not really picking up on a huge difference. You might want another 2 dB or a little more high, like low mid, as opposed to sub, like 300-400 hertz. You might just want a little boost right there, a little bit more energy right there, just because it's still not really coming through too much. I can kind of feel that there's a far low. It's not that loud. Yeah, I'm gonna play it in the room for a second though too, because I'm not really picking up on it much at all. Give me a sec. Got you, Mo. Got you, man. I appreciate you so much. Mike's not coming in. I had to mute it to try to play it through the speakers. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate y'all. If anybody wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link. Just read through and follow all the details there. Check the line over on the Red app, and you'll see all the details there. That's also where you can watch the full stream, like in its width and its entirety. Better audio, stuff like that. Let's keep it going. I want to back it up here a little bit. Yeah, I was listening to it. You do get some good presence from the bass because your kick is really full. It has a lot of sub. It has a lot of like sub harmonics, like 50 hertz and below is really tight. It has a lot of energy. So I'm listening there and around there. I'm going to go ahead and let it play through from the drop into the second breakdown where you're saying there's a little bit more energy there. So I do want to hear that build up and then that next drop to see if it has enough of a stair step of dynamic to move on to the next song. Because it's still a big drop. Like this drop right here is still 2.5, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Yeah, the kick sounds way fuller. This first main drop that you have in here is still 2 minutes and 15 seconds into the song. So that's still far enough into the structure of the song that you don't want it to be like missing sub there. So I do want to hear how much it comes in later on, so that I can kind of gauge that. But you might still want to go another dB up or just saturate a little bit more so you can shave the top a little bit but still push it. You can be just really strategic with it. But let me play the second here too. Is it Fjordor? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for tapping in. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and just read through and follow all the details there. The line is up on the Red app as well. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, let me hear this build up again. I'm really appreciating more clarity on the vocal. I know you've gone through hell and back with this vocal. It's been kind of a crazy thing to deal with. But it just having a little bit more clarity and a little bit more presence there definitely works in your favor here. I'm a cover singer. It's the same. Yeah. 100%. We get people that do covers. And we have people that we have DJs in here doing remixes. We have producers sending in instrumentals. We have songwriters sending in their songwriting. If you're a cover singer, you can send in your cover stuff. If you're self-producing, whatever it is. Yeah, but it just my whole thing is I want to be as valuable as possible. I want to offer as many tools and as much advice as I have the capacity to. So just let me know how I can help you. But if anybody wants to submit whatever you have, early demos, finished songs, just go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through the details there. Yeah, that makes sense. Beautiful. Okay, got you. Yeah, you definitely can. Yeah, we're gonna get people all over because like we have people, like I said, we have producers of all different genres, we have songwriters in all different genres, engineers and artists, just creatives in all different genres and all different levels of preparedness as well. People send in finished stuff that has Grammy-winning musicians on it, and they send in stuff that are voice memos from Starbucks where they're humming a melody. It's a whole huge spread of quality, of genre, of styles, of ranges of creatives within the industry. It's a pretty open process here. I'll listen to largely anything as long as it's not like insane or something. And it's not going to get me banned on TikTok or something. I'll listen to largely anything. So yeah, there's no genre bias here. This is very analytical, very long form, 30-minute consultation. So if that's something that's interesting, yeah, everything is up at my link. All right, let's get into this drop, Hydra, and then we can move on to the main song here. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. have an artist that comes in almost every single day, a couple times a week. Derek Bennett, y'all might have seen him live every once in a while. He just started going live himself, but he comes through oftentimes, and he has a couple different bands that he works with, and that he produces for and writes for. One of them is a worship band. So at my first start in music, like early on, like since I was like 7 years old, I was playing in like big like church bands and organizations and worship teams and stuff like that early on. And so we used to do a lot of stuff like that. And so I have a lot of experience. When I was first live sound engineering, most of the live sound engineering that I was doing after I got trained in studio, most of what I was doing was live sound mixing for churches and organizations and events and stuff like that. So yeah, there's no like bias here about that, right? Like, and again, everyone here is from different perspectives and different walks of life and stuff like that. But so for me, whether it's like a crazy death metal track or like a contemporary worship record, I'm not going to bias between the two. I like to talk about the quality, the structure, the way that it's being built out in the production, the way that it's mixed, the perspective on building the lyric structure. Those are the things that I really care about. So I'm not going to be like some hater either way. I really like getting into the analytical side of music. Is it Hunter? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. I got shit in my eye. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate that a lot. My two oldest sons have a band called Dreamland, and the song is SFB. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, we're just getting into our first couple songs right now. We just got on not that long ago, maybe 20 minutes ago. So we're just getting into these first records. If you want to submit and read the details of the live stream, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all of the details there. In fact, someone just submitted, so I'm going to double check who that is in a second. So yeah, you can read through all the details there. You can check the line if you go to the Red app, YT, the other one that you can go live on. You can check over there. Bobby, that might be you. I'll double check here in a second once I finish the song. That might be you. I think I just got yours through the website. Anyways, if you want to submit, go to my profile. You can always check the line to see if you want to move forward, if you need to leave or whatever it may be. Mead, welcome in. All of that is on the other two platforms that we're live on, the Red app, use your imagination, and the Purple app. Where's your name from? Torvik is Norwegian. It is Norwegian. After the fjords, Mead's in the building. What's up, Mead? I appreciate you hopping in. Eradicate Sin, welcome in. What's your favorite genre? It's hard for me to say. A lot of my business is playing synthesizers. I have like 15 of them in here. I love synth. I love playing synthesizers. I played piano classically since I was 6 years old. So that's probably what I have the most training in and the most experience in. I love synthesizers. So I tend to gravitate towards like 70s and 80s sound design. I love analog synths. I got a bunch of them here. I do a lot of like synthwave, dark wave, stuff like that. 80s pop. Think Tears for Fears, Depeche Mode. Kind of in that vein. Kavinsky, Time Cop, 1983, stuff like that. That's a lot of my that's a lot of my jam here. Let's go, Hunter. I love that. We're Synth Geek. Are you in LA? I'm in San Antonio, Texas. We lived in Dallas for about 2.5 years. I had a studio up there, and then we moved back to our home city of San Antonio. And I've built out a production studio out of the house that we're renting here. Okay, we gotta focus. Focus. Let's keep it running here. Sub hits. Okay. Here, I think here's what I'm hearing. So this is E minor, right? So you're low E minor. This low E minor, oh yeah, Mead, we just hopped on. This is our first song. You can change it if you want to, Bobby. That's up to you. You can do whatever you want. I'm not like holding you to the file that you sent, and how dare you send another one. You can send whatever you want. People change it all the time. Like sometimes someone's like there's been times like someone sent in a metal track or something crazy, and then the artist's like, oh, I actually have a metal song. I want him to hear that too, and I want this other artist to hear it. So they send in a metal track next. Like you can send whatever you want. I'm very open and easy. Yeah, country. Yeah, John, 100%. Yeah, absolutely any genre, any level of preparedness. Here's my assumption, Hydra. My assumption is that this low, like E2 that you have, yeah, R&B, absolutely anything, any genre. This low, it's like an E2 or whatever you have. That's like at the very bottom of your sub here, the sub bass that comes in. I just think it's so low that you're not really getting any like legible information. Also, second track, best thing to do is to listen to the one with the vocals and then the instrumental on the side. Okay, I got you. So that's kind of what I'm like listening for. Is it's there. I honestly think you're just ready to go, Hydra. I think you're ready to go. I say just ship it with the stuff that you already know. Get the balance that you're looking for. Finalization over on the master. Whatever you need to kind of just smooth everything out, warm it up, and control it. And then ship it. Because I think the thing that I'm hearing is that sub is so low, this low E here, And an octave high would be muddy and boomy and crazy. It's so low that it's just hard to even distinguish, even like through the focals in the room, through the focals on my head. Like it's just hard to distinguish some of those far subharmonics, 40 hertz and below. They're just so deep just because of the register of that sub bass that is probably just what you're running into. Is when you're down here, it's walking down here to a low B, to like a low, to the low D again. It's just so low. It's so low, you don't have a lot of like information there. So the only option would be to like lift a little bit of the higher frequencies, between 400 and 500 hertz to give it some inflation that punches it through the mix just a little bit more and saturate it maybe pretty distinctly right there. Maybe a multi-band would help bring it forward, but I'm not worried about it. It's down there because like it's there and I feel it, thankfully, because I have crazy headphones and nice speakers in here. But it's like I feel it. But I'm kind of assuming that the average person with just like AirPods on or just like listening in their Honda Accord with a stock stereo, right? Or their soundbar connected to their TV, you will hear the kick, but you really won't get a lot of information low, because it's so far down there. It's there. I can kind of feel it, but no one has these headphones. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's like, it's mixed for like what you're doing. And it's like mixed great for like what I'm hearing in the systems that I'm paying attention on, but it's so low that it's going to be almost, unintelligible. So you could, but you could also just do some like strategic boosting and saturating, around 400 or 500 hertz too. Be sure you just play around with it. I think that's your last thing. I don't think you need to send it again. I think you're done with it. I think that's the one thing you need to adjust because I'm still, even though, I do think it needs the low end. I do. Because it's here. It's really, really low. So even when you have the first introduction of that sub bass on your first breakdown, you're missing Aiton, welcome in. I appreciate you hopping in. Welcome over to the new Red app. Saturation, introduce some harmonic profile in like the low mids to mids so that there's some information for me to feel the bass again, not just the fact that there is a sub bass at like 30 hertz, 40 hertz, where it's just like, it's there and it's loud and it might be robbing you of some headroom. Like you're getting a loud master already, but no, I'm just saying because I don't think you need to. I'm just saving you the $20. Like, I don't think you need to. I think everything else is right where you want it to be in the context of what I know you're looking for in this record. But I think you're just, the register of that sub bass is so low that you just almost can't hear it at all. Even when I'm like turning it on my monitors in the studio, I'm wearing these headphones and you're just not feeling any of it, right? And so I'm listening on reference, devices that no one else is using in their normal consumption of the music. Cheese in a bit. What kind of music are you giving feedback on? All kinds of music. Oh shit. Hold on, my computer's not charging. Hold up. I'm about to kill the whole stream. And we're back. Okay. Oh Jesus. I was like, no. All right. Please again. All genres, all levels of preparedness. The first tracks that we're listening here are electronics, some house and EDM. I'm pretty sure the songs after this might not be. It's going to be all over the place. We're going to listen to a ton of different genres. If you're on the Red app, go to the description for the live stream to submit there. If you're on the Purple app, type exclamation point in the exclamation point submit right there in the chat, and you'll see all the details right there. Just do a return track with a saturator, an EQ. Yep, exactly. Just you could run even something on parallel and just give it a punch, give it a little bit of drive right there so we can feel it again. And that sub information will still be there. You're at -8 LUFS. You're still getting plenty of like integrated loudness. It's loud. You're not gonna have any issues with this track. It's a loud track, but I know a lot of that is just coming from that far, far, far low being so weighty and the top end being so bright. So I think if you can rebalance that a little bit, introduce those low mids again, like through some harmonics, I think you'll be in a good spot. John, I'll look for it. I got you. I'll double check here in just a second. Same place. So where you sent that 10, just make sure there's an email at the top. Just send it to that one right there and you'll be good to go. But y'all, please show some love to Hydra. Let's move on to the other one. That's the only thing. Beyond all of the other stuff that we've like talked through, that we've mentioned over the many different times. This is the 20th revision of this track because that vocal has been crazy. You said you wanted some juicy sub. Now I need to feel it. Cheese, type exclamation point Cheese is over on the Purple app, so I'm talking to a different stream here. Type !submit right there in the chat, or you can see Nightbot there too, has it in the chat as well. Go ahead and type that in, and then you'll see the link will pop up right there for you. Beautiful, yeah, I love it. I love it. I provided a sub that was I provided a sub that was so juicy that you couldn't hear it. It is so low. Got you, Moke. Got you. Okay, let me update the line. Give me just 1 second. I do have another track. We're going back to back with Hydra, so I do have another one from him, and then we're gonna keep it going. Let me go ahead and get Moog on here. Moog, it's so good to see you. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing fantastic. I'm in the process of speaking of Moog, I'm in the process of trying to pick up a Moog right now. I'm trying to sell a couple of the synths that I have in here that I don't use as often, and get some nicer ones. I'm looking for a Matriarch, and I'm looking for a DX7 right now. And depending on what I can get rid of here in the studio, maybe a Prophet 5. I've a couple synths that I have my eyes on. And if I don't get the Prophet 5, I might get a D50 and M1. I'm trying to build out. I know the Matriarchs is the best. It's the best. But it's just hard to find a good deal on them. And some of the stuff that I've been selling is just cheaper. So it's like I can get like $400 here, $400 here, $600 here for some of the stuff that I've been selling. But that's not enough. It's not enough for a Matriarch. Matriarch, it's hard to find a Matriarch under like $1,600. Most of them are like $1,700, $1,800, even used. They really don't go down in value. They really don't go. I mean, that is one of the benefits of getting like nice stuff. Like if you get nice gear, if you get cheap gear or cheap versions of gear, they obviously they do not. What am I trying to say? They don't hold their value. They don't hold their value. They depreciate is what I'm trying to say. I couldn't think of words. They depreciate. And then hold on, let me get that. Yeah, Moog, I got you at the top. You're ready to go. Let me get Hydra's up right here. But the nice stuff doesn't. John, it's the same place you submitted. So you went through the steps and then you scroll down to send the credit. At the top there's a link and it says the email right there. Just copy over that link. If anybody wants to submit, I see some people in the chat. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the steps there. 30 years ago, people were calling the M1 cheesy. Now it's a collector's item. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, it's funny. I mean, a certain group called the, starts at 10. People are far past that right now. If you want to go faster, you can. But the consultation process starts at 10. It is a paid service. Okay, I'm going to double check submissions here in a sec. But yeah, they called it, Moog Synths is coming up. Moog Synths is coming up here in a second. The M1, some people called it cheesy, but it was a lot of because it was like fresh. It was like a bigger database of like samples of decent quality like sounds, like the pianos that like were the sound of like 90s house and like 90s R&B and stuff like that. Like those like kind of tinny digital sounds were just so popular. I mean, the M1 is the most popular, is the best selling synth in the world. It's a cool synth. So I almost got one on Marketplace, but then someone beat me to it. Someone was selling one for $800, which is a great deal for an M1. They were selling one for $800, and I just barely missed out on it. I would really like to get an M1 here. I called it cheesy. It was cheesy. I was there. He's like, I was there. I know how it was. I love it. See, I do work in a lot of different eras and genres. Like I have some like modern trap beats. I have a contemporary opera artist that I'm working with. I do a lot of 70s and 80s, like synthwave and like synth pop stuff, dream pop stuff from like 80s style. I do a lot of stuff there. And then I have some like 90s R&B records, like a lot of different like eras and genres that I work in. And so I like to have tools that work in all of those different spaces. Hey, welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here. Even now with some of the synths that I have in here, like I've got a Triton LE. The Triton LE gives me some of that 90s house, 90s R&B stuff. I have an Ensonic, you can see it back here. The Ensonic SQ1 Plus, that's good for like some of that like early 90s sound design and stuff like that. I like it a lot. It's a fun little synth. It's a little synth, it's a big synth. Yeah, if y'all want to submit, I appreciate y'all tapping in. Thank you for hopping in. Go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow all the details. We'll get you up on the board. Okay, let me just make sure that I'm caught up here because I got people submitting. So I do want to. Okay, Eradicate Sin, I got you. Give me 1 second to update the line, and then Hydra, we're gonna go into your next one. You still have your Korg Triton Pro. I love it. I don't go to it that often right now. So that's why I'm kind of trying to, I'm probably going to sell the DX21, the Ensoniq SQ1 Plus, and the Triton, maybe some of my other ones, just because I want some more value. I want some more valuable stuff. Like I want to get, I want to get a profit in here. I want to get a DX. I'm going to flip the DX21 for a DX7. I want to do less. Deb, welcome in, Deb. Thank you for tapping in and thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I just missed that. I want to get some stuff that I'm just going to use every day. You know what I mean? Because I just find myself like not quite going to the Ensoniq. And I'd rather get like an ASR 10 if I was going to go the Ensoniq route. I'd rather get like an ASR 10 sampler and just make some like nasty sampled stuff, like late 90s sampled stuff. Okay. Eradicate Sin. I got you. Eradicate Sin. Boom. You're up there. Let me get you in order. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. Let me get that in the right spot. Boom. Let me see. I'm right now. I'm on we call it the red app. The red app and the purple app. We're live on there. We're live there as well. Aiton, find out what happened to it. What do you mean you don't know what happened to it? That's crazy. Okay. Oh, we have an Aiton track too. Come on, Aiton. Let's go. Let's go. Got you, Aiton. Let me get everything updated here. Give me just 1 moment. No, I'm just updating the line. Just updating the line here. We had a bunch of people that just sent in. So I want to make sure everybody's in order. I appreciate you so much, Aiton. Thank you for your generosity, man. I appreciate that. Let's get this pushed up. We're going back. What's your opinion on like 80s, 90s gangster rap, like Eazy-E, for example? I love it. I'm a big fan. I like, we were talking about this yesterday for a while. Like I get on these rants oftentimes. We get on these rants sometimes. I was talking about it yesterday. I think there's such incredible value in every era of music being represented, because we all pull inspiration from all of that. Even in the 90s, they were pulling inspiration from like 70s and 80s sequencers and those early workstation keyboards. Even, in the, mid 70s and 80s, they were pulling from a lot of fixed 50s and 60s sound design, and then pairing that with sampling and pairing that with sequencing on the early digital synthesizers and stuff like that. Like there's such value to me in all of these different eras and genres of music, because they do inspire everything, man. It's the beautiful thing about music, and so many cultures and societies being represented in the entire structure of the industry. I love that. I think it's amazing. So I have like I said, I mentioned earlier, like I listen to a lot of 80s stuff. I love the 80s. I love 80s synths. I love, analog hardware synths and stuff like that. So the 80s is kind of like the North Star for that, that era and for that kind of sound design. But I love a lot of different music for a lot of different reasons. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, John, let me double check. Okay, I gotta get this line updated. John, I got you. So there's, hold on. So there's that. I gotta make sure I get these in the right order that they're coming in. Okay, and then whose initials are CR? So John, I'm gonna get you up here. Sorry, I just got like, while I was ranting, I got like 6 submissions. So give me a second just to get all this updated. John, I got you up there. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for that. And you said the email I was sent. Perfect. Boom. Yeah. I think it's a different John that I'm talking to, but I do want to make sure I get that on here. And then I'll answer some questions. We'll get into Hydra's next track. Hold up, wait a minute. Let's see. And then, wait, Mead, is that Mead? I got you. Hold up. Mead, got you with that extra 5 as well. So Mead, let me get you up there. We're gonna have to update the line here pretty quick. I literally just had like 7 people send in the last like 6 minutes. Okay, let me get all this organized here. I'm gonna get everybody in the right order. And then Hydra, I got you. Promise we'll do this next one. It was like 40 years ago. Yeah. No, you're good. You're totally good, Mead. You're totally good. No, not a problem at all. I was like, wait, I saw the 5 and I saw the 10. I'm really struggling with making beats. I know I want them to sound in my head. I just don't know how to actually make the music. I feel that. Huzzah, welcome in. Okay. Who is a CR? Is that Rob or Bobby, or who is that here in the chat? And then I'll answer just a few things. Initials CR, you sent through the website. Let me know who that is. Okay, beautiful. That's what I'm just trying to, because the what happens is like the artist name in the email versus the username. I'm crying. I was like, wait, I was that funny? I don't know what I did. He's like, I'm also crying. It's sobbing. It's been a tough day. Work sucks. Okay. So yeah, I was like, I'll see like a name that's like, I'll see like an artist name in the email that's connected to like the government name right there. And then I'll see a different name over in the payment. And then I'll see a different artist, or a different like username on TikTok. So I'm just trying to connect all the dots. So that is Bobby. All right. Let me get Bobby up there. Beautiful. Okay. Bobby, you're up. You're on the board. I do need to update minimums because we just got, now we got like 20 people in line. Okay. And that was sent a little bit ago. Beautiful. That should be updated. If you want to submit, sorry, I'm reading 3 different chats. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow the details. I do recommend and request that you check the line first. I am updating the minimums right now because we just had a whole bunch of people sent in, and I want y'all to be heard as much as we have the capacity to. So let me make sure this is updated. I got one more right here. And then John Boltzmann and John. Different John. I got you, different John. See, this is where, this is why it gets confusing. Okay. Got it. All right, we should be updated. Hydra, I hope you're still here. Aiton said, I also had an Oberheim DX drum machine, bought in the early 90s for like 150. That's crazy, because if you get the MIDI DMX right now, they're like $1,500 easy. I can do that, Hydra. So like I have the purple and red app in one interface right here. The problem is that I'm streaming on two different computers. I already have it. And I used to have one with TikTok. The problem is TikTok's super isolated. They don't share well. So like I can't get TikTok Studio on my Mac. So I have to have another laptop. I'm running OBS and Pro Tools and all of this whole setup, my camera. All of that's on my MacBook, right? That's where I'm running everything. And then I have to send this stream to a PC to be able to run TikTok Studio. So I'd have literally 2 laptops to be able to do it all. That's why I have a split chat. It's just it's not even necessarily like the limitations of OBS or the limitations of the streaming process. It's the limitations of TikTok's code. And I used to have it back, probably a couple, 6-7 months ago. Thank you for the follows. Y'all appreciate it. I used to have a combined chat with TikTok in it, and it was a nightmare. It wouldn't update half the time, and then people were confused, and it drove us nuts. Salmon, okay, Salmon, I got you on the board. I got you. Okay, y'all. Thank y'all so much for the follows. I really appreciate it. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for your generosity with your follows, with your time, all of that. I really appreciate it a lot. Jesus. Okay, everything should be updated. Hydra. Let's get into your next song here, and then we're going to update everything. Get a link for the line. So if you go to my profile and you go to like my link tree, just go to the red app, YT. It's YT. I'm live on 3 different platforms. Just go to one of the other platforms, either the red app or the purple app. And then you can find it there. Sent 2 tracks. Oh, okay. Wait, so like at 10 and 15? It might make it so you're not heard. Let me know if you're okay with that. Just because we got a big influx. So let me know. It's completely up to you. Thank you for the heart me. I would appreciate it. So I can keep you there for, okay. It's modular, so it kind of depends. Probably I've got 1, 2, 3 there. One more here. Like at 15, well, yeah, 15 would skip like 14 people. 15 would skip like 14 people and put you in like the top 3 or 4 or something like that. So up to you. There's literally no pressure, no worries at all. But yeah, I was like, if I split that to a 10, that puts you 13 people down because there's other 15s, 20, 25, like 3 or 4 people in 25 already. So that will put you in 220s at least. So you're at least up there in the top couple. And then if you want to go faster, that's up to you. There's literally no pressure. Okay. Hydra, Jesus. Okay. We got it, y'all. We got it. Let's listen to some music. Jesus. Okay. So this is, so if you do the one called silence and sound first, that's this one here. Okay, got you. Let's get it. So this one is Hydra's production. I already know it's going to be a crazy production. I already see the Hydra buildup. I see Hydra's waveforms, and I know exactly what's coming. I can see the Hydra buildup right here, and then but this has a random vocal on it. It's just like a random generated vocal that is most likely going to be. It is for sure going to be replaced by a real vocalist. Let's run it from the top. And I hope I'm caught up on everything. So check the line just in case. If something doesn't seem right, let me know. Got you, John. Got you. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Is this just the instrumental here? And then you have the other one with the vocal? Okay, so Salmon, I have a back-to-back 20 for you now. And again, if anything looks off, just let me know. I want to make sure everything's in the right place. Clear Hydra. Boom. Beautiful. Everything should be updated, y'all. Eradicate Sin, I got you. Appreciate you. Okay, cool. But no vocal on this one, right? Beautiful. Welcome to the dark side. Okay, got you. I like the TR-808 vibe in the background too. It's nice. Got you, Mead. Got you. Perfect. Mead, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. You just want me to do that? Did you follow all the steps, Champagne? I'm not seeing it yet, but I'll double check. I want to focus on the song and I'll double check here in a second. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for the follow as well.
Silence where the signal was. Frequency
welcome in, y'all.
learned to fade. Something in the walls gave in before the light began to change.
Oh yeah, this would be easy.
Closer to the edge of it, where everything dissolves to
Do you think you want to go full acapella right here?
Gravity without a name, pulling
It's a little like Tangerine Dream. A little. I love the arps in the background. I like that. Low octave layer in there. This is a sick production. I can hear myself in this more than anything. Just make sure you follow all the steps. Start at the top, but check the line first over on the red app because it's pretty full right now. So make sure you start at the top of that form and you follow all the details. If you do, I'll get notified. Good evening. Appreciate you tapping in. Here it comes. Ooh, I love the triplet movement there. Nice little syncopation. I got you. If I can get rid of these allergies, Hydra, for a day, I got you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah. Come on. Let's go, Hydra. You're getting this kind of gallop between the 4/4 and like the 3/4 triplets in there. It's a nice little sequence in there. It sounds nice. Yeah, most people send in unreleased stuff, so you're in good company. Y'all show some love to Hydra. This is the main song. We broke down the last master on the one before this. This is the main structure here. Than this, but would ideally come in earlier. I just had no idea how to use it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I can easily format stuff like that early on. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow all of the details. I do recommend checking the line first because the minimums are higher, just because we have a whole bunch of people in line right now, and so I want to make sure I can get to as many of y'all as possible. So if you want to submit, you definitely can. We're just in our first couple songs here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate y'all, spending some time in the live today. It really means a lot. All right, let's run this from the top. Let's get into some details here. Let's dive into it. So I love when you move. Oh, I love it when the ear works. D minor all the way through. So I love when you move to the triplets later on in the breakdown right here, which I think is really, really well done. I would love to lean into the, Jose, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I would love to lean into those triplets even more with like your shaker pattern, maybe even if you're still in 4/4 with like 16ths on the shaker, or your hats with a little bit of panning and movement. If your accent on the 4/4 maybe still offers some energy to that triplet on the ands right there, so that you still get kind of a respecting of the triplet feel, so it doesn't feel too galloped in the background, but there's actually some cohesion between all those percussion elements. I think that would be really cool. Okay, so now let me go. Okay, you do have the full instrumental. Let's dig into that. And I think that's this one here, with no vocal on it just yet. Okay, and if y'all are over on TikTok, keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heartbeat for the day. It really does help out the live stream. I would love to give away some credit today as well. I know there's some people that want to submit that maybe don't feel like they can today. I would love to help you out with that. So if we can get the likes to 20,000, get the shares up a little bit, we'll do at least a 10 credit giveaway to help somebody out, give you a little bit of a boost in the live as well. Kampatai, welcome into the stream, man. I hope you're doing absolutely beautifully today. All right, let's run it from the top. So this is the same beat, but just all instrumental, no vocal structure. Like, I would kind of like to start here. Like, start to like maybe let it run in a little bit until the progression comes in, but yeah, definitely earlier on than the breakdown. Yeah, I feel that. You get a little bit of that lift right there on the D sharp, which is cool. Like here, like right in here is where you should definitely have a vocal already. Some sampling early on could be nice to just give it a little bit of movement. I need to add more percussion anyway, so give me ideas. That is bare bones. 100%. Percussion is what you do last. It's also one of the things that you do best. You're so talented. It's not necessarily requests. These are 30-minute consultations. So every artist and producer and musician, vocalist, songwriter that comes in, we spend about 20 to 30 minutes per track getting into the details of their mix, production, sound design, lyric, and song structure. So it's not just a request. It's not a pay to play. It's not a review. It's a really, really long-form detailed breakdown and consultation. So if that would be interesting to you, if you could use the help working through some of your structure, you just want a professional second set of ears, then go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow the details there. Or you can also just chill in the chat for a little bit too, see what we're all about. Feel free to hang out. There's no pressure at all. Yeah, exactly. It gives you some context, but I think as soon as the bass line, like this initial D minor, as soon as the D minor comes in, yeah, there's where you're hearing the Phrygian is probably this chromatic bend that lifts underneath it, right? Most of it's pretty typical, like D minor, right? And it's kind of sitting on a pretty, a pretty flat plateau right there of just a strict D minor, but you're hearing some bends, some chromatic bends in there on one of the background synths. Where is it? There it is. There's the little, yeah, right in there. It's a fun little nugget in there. I like it. Okay, and then as soon as this, you can do some early sampling, early percussive movements, and then this first drop. But basically pre-first drop, exactly. Yeah, I think in this early production, we can just find some creative ways. I might just drop you, I'll just drop you a couple files of ad libs and little runs and just little accents that you could like chop up, form it, shift up, stuff like that, and back off quite a bit and go away into the background. And then as soon as the bass comes in for the main D minor in here, that's where I think you can dial it in a little bit. Jamie, thank you so much for the rose. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for that. Yeah, you could have like a verse here. I got it. I want to, so I want to do that so bad. Literally right now, the only thing holding me back, Hydra, is these effing allergies, man. These allergies are just, they're brutal. I can't breathe through my nose. And so I feel like I'm constantly for the last 3 months, I literally have not sung a single song in the last 3 months. You have not seen a single post of me posting me singing a song in the last 3 months because it sounds terrible. It sounds so horrible. I'm like, hi, it's horrible. I hate it. So as soon as I can, I'm taking everything, I'm doing everything. I'm doing all this stuff. It's just Texas, man. You cannot get around how brutal these Texas allergies are, no matter what you do. I'm taking all the stuff. I'm neti potting it up. But Rock Band, is it Jaime as well? I want to make sure that I'm saying your name correctly as well. I think I said Jamie earlier. Yeah, if you want to submit, dude, I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much for being here. The little I don't know if you can melodyne the clogged nostrils out of my voice. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, a little contrast there, I think would be nice. Yeah, you can submit if you want to. We're in our first couple songs still. We got another couple hours of the live stream left. If you want to submit, if anybody wants to submit, just go to my profile, click on the link and just read through and follow all the details. Please check minimums, though. The minimums are higher right now just because we're a little bit later into the live stream. We had a whole 15 people came in and submitted, so I don't have time for all of that. So I try to raise it so it makes it a little bit more fair to people that are coming in to try to guarantee as much as I can that people get heard. But all of the details of the live stream up there, you can check the line on the Red app. You'll be good to go. White tea is the Red app. So a little pre-break to allergy preset, Hydra. Yeah, you'll feel it. It'll sound nasty. PXR, welcome in. And then kind of a first hook here. Yeah, anybody can jump. That's what all of these people are doing. All of the people that have skipped and moved forward to go faster, that's all they've done. They've just sent an order. And that's why I always tell people to go look at the line, because the line is always up. You can always see how many songs we have left. You can always say what the minimum is. You can always see who's at the top of the list, where you sit. That way you can always check that out. Does have some like German club vibes. It does. So this is kind of just an expansion of this. So this could, it's just, I don't know why they do it. It's just when they're catching up, like when their servers are catching up, it'll slow down when it's like glitching for a second, and then it'll like speed up really fast. It'll speed up really fast or whatever. None of that happens if you go to the other platforms, as you know, Aiton, because you're on the Red app right now. The line is on the other platforms that we're live on right now. So we're live on the Red app, YT, and the Purple app, starts with a T. Use your imagination. You can find links to those all at my profile at the link. all of those there are gonna send you to the same place. But that's the main full live stream. That's where you can see the line order minimum, better audio, visual, all that stuff. Which one good for producing for a band? We're talking about like DAWs, Cubase, or Pro Tools. I use Pro Tools. I might be a little biased, but I've used them all. Largely, I've used a ton of different DAWs at different points in my career and in different points in my life. But I've used Pro Tools for the last 19 years. And I love it. And I've bounced around to FL. I've bounced around to Ableton and Logic and Studio One and all over the place. I've kind of tried a bunch of different stuff out exclusively to kind of get a feel for it. But I always come back to Pro Tools just because a lot of what I do is like session work. So I do a lot of live tracking, guitars, live drums, vocals, synthesizers, and stuff like that. So I do like the mixing interface on Pro Tools and the comping and playlist interface for Pro Tools. So if you are a band and you're looking to track, I would probably suggest Studio One or Pro Tools, honestly. Pro Tools is expensive. I spend like $700 a year or something like that on Pro Tools. It's crazy. Or $500 a year on Pro Tools. It's annoying. But I'm familiar with the interface. I like these stock plugins that I still utilize even though I have nicer plugins. If you are doing a lot of live instrumentation tracking, I think probably Studio One, Pro Tools is probably the way to go. You can still do Cubase. You can do anything. You do Reaper, you could do Ableton, you could do FL, you could do whatever. Logic is also great. Logic is, if you have a budget, Logic is going to be cheaper. It's going to be, a third the price of some of these other ones. If you want to get the full Ableton, it's like $800. Same with Pro Tools. So, really just depends on your budget, what you're looking for and what your priorities are. But if you're tracking bands, then I feel like Pro Tools and Studio One would be a good way to go. Logic I'd probably throw up there too. Okay. Also, what do you think of lyrics in general as it drops? So I probably need to go back to the other one then. I liked the first initial ones, and then it's a lot of ad-libs. I might switch it up a little bit though. So let me go to the other one here. There's a little teaser of the triplets too, which I like. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there.
Frequency that learned to fade. Silence where the signal was. Frequency that learned to fade. Something in the walls gave in before the light began to change. Closer to the edge of it, where everything dissolves to sound.
Yeah, I might do some small edits to it, so so it makes sense a little bit more, feels a little bit more connected, a little bit more on theme. There's some small things I might make some adjustments to, small phrasing, rhymes, and stuff like that. That's kind of that kind of stuff. It just doesn't do the best job of. So I'll probably play around with that a little bit to tighten it up and make it a little bit more professional and polished. Because I would love, Hydra, if you ever need vocals, once I get healthy, and I'm not dying from cedar allergies here, I would love to work more consistently with you. I'd really love to I want to work with a couple other producers too. Yeah, 100%. But I want to work more consistently in that space. I work with a couple libraries right now, just loosely every once in a while. They bring me on to track vocals for rock records. And so I have, a decent handful of songs that are placed with those libraries, but they just bring them on me for rock vocals for their stuff. I would love to do the same for house. I would love to get my feet wet in that space as well, because I don't have any other introduction to it. My only real option is to start producing that stuff myself, which I would love to, but also to just, start working with collaborate with other, EDM and house producers and stuff like that.
Out a name, pulling further underground, falling to it.
We need to chat. We need to chat and talk about some stuff. What's up, Zerby? Welcome in. Because I want to be serious about it. You know what I mean? It's all, as much as I'm yeah, everybody will just vibe and it'll be fun. I'm serious about what I do. And so I as much as it is fun, it is art and it is creative, I also really like the business side, and I do want to be serious about pursuing the things that I'm pursuing. So when we do something, Hydra, I want to really lock in, and I want to make something cool happen. So, and I know you are too. Yeah, the production's not Aiden, but the vocal's a placeholder. They want I'm going to be singing on this track, so they just dumped a placeholder on there to help with the buildup, and I'm going to replace all of it. Also, very much trying to open the door for house vocals. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So Hydra, if you're really down to make some stuff, dude, I'd even be down to do like an EP with you. I'd be down to like lock in like 3 to 5 tracks that we maybe co-produce together and do some stuff together on, and then I'll drop vocals on it. Wesley, thank you so much for the follow. Are we sending songs for review? So these are long form consultations. So, we are breaking down and reviewing some things in a sense, but each of these breakdowns that we do are about 20 to 30 minutes long per song. They're detailed, they're long form, they're really, really in depth. So if that's what you're looking for, Zerby, thank you for the follow. That's what we do here. We got a whole bunch of people on the line right now, but you still can technically submit. It's just a little bit higher than it says in the form. So check the line on the Red app if you'd be interested, or hang out in the chat. No pressure. Hang out in the chat, talk with people, network, collaborate, all that fun stuff. Dude, I'd love to, man. Thank you for the follow, Chef Knight. It's time. Yeah, like we can polish up like where those lyrics actually go, as far as like them leading into a punchline that like means something a little bit more. I can definitely do some top line work on that to just make it really concise and really, really well done. The melodic structure is really interesting though. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. If anybody wants to submit, I see people dropping songs in the chat. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all the steps there. But definitely check the line first because the minimums are a little bit higher. The timings are so bad. Yeah, they're just competing, right? You're getting a gallop because you have 4/4 and triplets in there, right? Which is, I don't mind that. It's cool. It's interesting. But I'm fighting it a little bit, and I kind of want that like 16th note and 4/4 to just give me at least the accents of the triplet on that 16th note or 32nd note, so that it feels really dynamic and feels really interesting, and they're complementing a little bit more. Like what you could do is like what I would almost do is like, what if you faded out as this builds up and you start to bring in the triplet on the lead synth right there? What if you faded out those hats and brought in a triplet hat, even in the same sound design? You fade that out and fade in the triplet, and then switch the sound, so it doesn't feel like you just stop 4/4 and switch to the triplet, but it like actually almost like morphs into it. You can find some interesting automation curves on your timing there to like morph it into the triplet. And then all of a sudden the beat shifts into something that has this really interesting like swing and syncopation. I think that could be really interesting. News, welcome in. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. YV, thank you for the heartbeat. I appreciate it. Yeah. Just have something cut in like that, like you said, like a low frequency oscillator to like cut in and just shake it up a little bit until it becomes more of the triplet. Yeah. That's interesting. I like that. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link. Just check the line first over on the Red app YT. That way you can see the minimums. Let's get into this last breakdown, then we'll switch it up. Nah, Mead, you're a beast. There's endless things to know, Mead. So like there's things that I have like a lot of technical knowledge in, and then there's things that you go to the next person and it's a completely different world. Like there's like acousticians, of course. Those like that's a different world for me too. Like this is a treated space and it's decently well treated, but it's like it's a different world. That's a different world. So like there's certain things, like me being a classically trained pianist, like there's a lot of knowledge that I would have in some areas that even someone who does this professionally full time and has been doing this for a long time, I still run into like barriers where I'm like, hey, I need to hit up my guy who really knows this stuff to talk about that kind of a structure. It's different, man. Even the people that are wildly talented, it's always more to learn. There's always more to grow in. Big time. I am a producer. Yeah, I work full time as an audio engineer, producer, and session musician. Those are the three main parts of my business. But I work, full time as a session musician. I do, mainly synthesis. Synths are kind of my thing. But I do synthesis keys. I have acoustic, electric, and bass drums. I've got live drums in here as well. So I do a lot of session work, and then full scale production and mixing and mastering. But that is what I do full time. Thank you for the follow, Xlost. Because you even bring in the on the you have some automation movement there on the snare as well, but you honored the triplet in your snare pattern as well as in the synth. So I would love for the beat to kind of morph right here a little bit and just have almost like a complete, not like a transposition necessarily, but like a whole modulation where all of a sudden you have this 4/4 and we're moving, it's very house, and then all of a sudden we shift and like modulate and do this, and you bring in like a low Moog style bass underneath, and we build out the sound design, honor the triplet with a little bit more depth. I think it'll be really cool. Just shift completely the energy right there. John said, I always got to keep in mind my skill will never reach my taste. That's where it's helpful to bring in other people. Like I've had the opportunity to work with some really, really cool people. There's a producer that I work with every once in a while. And he works with some phenomenal people that I'm in his circle now. He hires me for keys on some of his records and synths and stuff like that. So I've done a couple records for him, just doing like synth session work. But he's working with like Grammy winning pianists and saxophonists and stuff like that. He's wildly talented. And so now I have some of those people in my circle. And so when I'm looking for a Grammy winning saxophone on a track, I'm not trying to do that myself. I'm not going to a VST. I'm just going to go to the people around me that are far superior in those skill sets. And so that's it's always good to just have people around you that are more in depth with maybe some of your weaker skill sets. Do you produce regular non-label solo artists? Completely, Xloss. I would say 95% of the artists, 98% of the artists that I work with are solo. They're completely independent. Vast majority of the people that I work with, 100%. In fact, I've never, even though I was like trained in studio, did a 2.5-year private mentorship in a studio, learning audio engineering and all of that stuff. I was never attributed to or close to or, in connection with any major labels or like major like LA studios or something like that. I've built my entire music career full-time, completely independently. It's possible. It's like brutal and impossible and incredibly painful, but you can do it. Yeah, like a low, dirty, short decay, low cutoff, mini Moog style bass at the bottom right there, to just really set the undertone right there and give it some grit, give it some punch. Like you could turn this from like almost like house into like triplet synthwave, like some dark wave Kavinsky style stuff. Like you could turn a little bit of a corner right there into something that has a slightly different feel. Especially if you want me on the song, you got to have some synth wavy vibes in there. But yeah, I think that'll be really interesting to just all of a sudden turn it from like TR-808 style, like 80s house, 90s house, and then kind of turn a corner into something that has a little bit more of like a Time Cop 1983 vibe. Because you already have a lot of the sound design in there. I'm just missing the triplet. What am I saying? The consistency of the triplet, the bass underneath, the like saw bass underneath, paired with maybe slightly different drum structure to kind of complete that element right there. Because like real quick, let's see, where am I at here? Just let me see. I want to drop something on here just for the sake of hearing it. I don't even care if you actually do anything like this. I just want to hear what it sounds like. This is just selfish. Where's my essential drums? Let's go. Where's my Oh, you could even go halftime. So what if we? I'm gonna just literally feel free to ignore this. I'm going to toss this on there. We're gonna toss a gated reverb on an 80s kit. Nasty. And I just want to hear what it would sound even like halftime with the triplets. the faster pacing too. Obviously, it sounds like utter chaos right now because we're still hearing the 4/4 in the background. You could, there's two options, kind of, very Tears for Fears. Like you can have that feel, but I also kind of like the. You could have a little bit more of like the halftime. I think works actually really well because it completely changes the pacing. Like that. Yeah, maybe keep the 4 and the 4 so you still, because you still get, instead of. You get, so, if this is like the house movement, right? You would just switch this. Thank you for the X-Loss. Thank you for the gifts. I'm sorry if I missed those earlier. Thank you for the gold boxing and the heart me. I really appreciate that. So if you, Tears for Fears is my jam. It's my favorite, probably one of my favorite bands of all time. Like if you're kind of like, if this is like the early house pacing, you could still have the halftime. You could still have like the pacing, so your kick pattern really doesn't change at all. If your kick pattern stays the same, then you're really not missing out on anything. You can keep all of the same structure there all the way through the outro. For the kick, just change like maybe your sound design itself. Like maybe you change the sound design. Oh wait, I just switched. Hold up. You're saying try 2. Oh, so you're no. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking? That would be like the triple out for if you're going 2. If you're going 2, yeah. Yeah. You got options. You got options. You could, they have so many, Shout too, like Shout to me, there's something about the song structure of Shout that to me just speaks to me still. I'm obsessed with that song. I love that song so much. Their song structure is just phenomenal. But yeah, you got options. You got options to either slightly change sound design, change pacing, change to the triplet completely. I think it would be really interesting. Whoops. You got options. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Y'all show some love to Hydra. We're going to move pretty quick. I got to use the restroom, y'all. I got to use the restroom. So shout out to Hydra, man. That's the family. Please go follow him. Show him some love and support. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll be back for some more music. But one more time for the family. Hydra, you're a beast, man. Absolutely, absolutely love what you do. I'll be right back. Big love, man. Dude, I'm excited to get on this. I'm excited to work on it. Let's see. All right, give me a moment, y'all. I'll be right back with some more. Dude, first of many. First of many. All right, I'll be back in a minute, y'all. We're back. We're back. Let's go, Aiden. I love it. We're back. I love this song. All right, y'all. Shout out to Hydra one more time. Hydra, love and appreciate you, man. Love and appreciate you. Okay, let's get into these next records here. Let me catch up on a few things just really quick. Yes, we absolutely do. Let me talk about the live here just for a moment, just for a second. Yeah, we definitely do break down instrumentals all the time. In fact, the last artist we did too. Some had some vocals, but they're a DJ and producer, so we are breaking some of that down. Okay, let's see. Capricorn's in the building. What's up, Capricorn? Welcome in. Let me just catch up on a few things, y'all, and we will get into these next couple tracks. Let's dive in. Okay. If you would like to submit, you definitely still can. These are not fast reviews. Some of y'all are talking about reviews. These are really, really long form. So they're about 20 to 30 minutes per song that we listen to. So if you are interested in a breakdown, they're long form, they're detailed. We go through your song usually 2 or 3 different times. We spend a long time breaking down your production structure, your mix and master, your sound design choices, lyric and song structure, stuff like that. So if you would like to get into those details, you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all the details there. But before you do, we had a whole bunch of people submit today, so definitely check the line first on the red or purple app. You can find those at my profile. Go to my profile. We're live on 3 platforms. The other platforms, the red app, YT, use your imagination. That's where you can see the line, the order, the minimum. You can see how many tracks we have left. Right now it's 6. We have 6 tracks left. So whoever are the top 6 on the board, I'm going to be hearing tonight. Anyone else, I'll be saving for tomorrow. We will be live again tomorrow afternoon. Anyways, so on and so on. So if you do want to submit, you definitely can, but please check the line first so that you don't submit something that I'm not able to listen to tonight. I do want to make sure that I can get to as many of y'all as possible, but I also have limited time. Okay, so let's get out of here with this. I'm going to try to move at a better pace. We took a little while with those first ones there, but I'm going to try to move at a better pace with these next ones here. Let me get this updated really quick. I think that's Aiton. Aiton, I got you. So Aiton, let me get you updated here real quick so I can get the right tracks up next. Aiton, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for that. Let's check over here. Gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I just saw it come in. Thank y'all for the follows. I really appreciate that. Thank y'all for following. Let's see. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. I got to move at a better pace. Christopher, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I would love to. We got a chunk of people in line right now. It's a very deep line right now. So anybody can still submit. There's still plenty of time to submit. Just please check the line first, and then you can go to my profile and click on the link. Okay, we're running 8, and like I said, I'm going to try to move it at a good pace here. Aiton, let me know what I'm listening to. Let me know the structure. Everybody Wants to Rule the World on the hammered dulcimer is insanely perfect. All of the song structure, man, to me is just so brilliant. That's one of the reasons why I like the 80s. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. One of the reasons why I like the 80s so much and just feel like I gravitate towards, 80s structure and 80s sound design is because there's so much interesting sound. Is like, it's not just like, here's like this one verse and this one hook and one verse and you end up with an outro and it's optimized for streaming. It's just like interesting stuff, man. Beautiful. I love it. Capricorn, thank you so much for tapping in today. I really appreciate you being here. All right, this is New Funk. This is New Funk by Aiton right here. They're over on the other. I see them between platforms. I lived in the 80s. I did it, but somehow I did. I don't know if I don't know if I was like born in the wrong body or something. I don't know what it was. I was like, I feel like I didn't live in the 80s, but everything I like is the 80s. I love the 80s, man. Okay, let's run it. I hear synths. Let's run it. All right, let's go, Aiton. Let me know if there's anything in particular you want me to focus on. Oh, we gotta get like a clavy at the top with some wah on it. Let me pull one up. Hey, Christopher, appreciate you tapping in. If y'all want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link. Read through and follow all the details. Check the line first over on the red app YT. Good horn VST. Depends on the kind of horn. If you want really good like cinematic horns that they're gonna sound really, really clean. Spitfire. Spitfire is fantastic for stuff like that. I like it. Yeah. What is this one from? Let me see what I got here. I don't have a ton of horns. Yeah, what VST is this one? Context plus logic, yeah. This is fun, man. We're gonna run this back. We're gonna run it back, run it back, run it back. Man, y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love. Zedric, welcome in. Christopher, yeah, if you want me to listen to your song and go through a full consultation like we're doing with all these different artists and producers, go to my profile, click on the link, and read through and follow all of the steps right there. Just please check the line first, because we're not necessarily towards the end of the live right now, but we do have a higher skill level right now just because a whole bunch of people came in. So if you do want to submit, it's a little bit higher right now. So just check the line. That way you can see where everything's at over there. Grady's in the building. What's up, Grady? Yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow as well. I'll be live tomorrow as well. All right, let's back it up. Let's back it up. And I want to see. So I was going through, like, I don't have a ton of some of my favorite, especially with like some of the funky stuff, like, you know, kind of 90s funky stuff that you're doing. 80s, 90s. I'm going to bring this up here. I like using what a lot of like the popular workstations were of the time. I have some of them, like some of the Korgs that I already have in VST form if I don't have it in analog form. Let me see. What's one of the ones I was using the other day? I was using one the other day that I really liked. It might have been I think it was where is it? Might have been the SRX. Yeah, I think it was the SRX. Because this is a full library of just brass. Now we're talking. I have this with the there's a whole bunch on here. Some of them are kind of nasty, but if you just need some little stabs, Roland. It's a Roland SRX. It's one of the units. So I have the subscription. Even though I have like some just Roland synths in here, I have this subscription as well. So you have access to all of their synths, all of them, all of the different variations. Mac, thank you for the follow. All of the different variations, as well as all of their SRX series and all of their actual sampled drum machines as well. So 505, 707, 626, 808, 909, all the way across the board. And you can actually sequence all of that. It's nice. It's like $20 a month, something like that. I recommend it. I mean, if you like a lot of, so this is their SRX series is going to give you a lot of their like 90s, 2000s, like sound design choices and stuff. So I'm using the SRX brass. For me, and again, it's what I do for a living, so it's helpful, but for me, it's so worth having. So I use it nearly every day. So like, if you just want like, here, I'm going to throw this on here. Let's like run it from the top. The little fills right there. It falls off. So that's a brass fall. Some of it's going to be kind of nasty, right? Some of it kind of depends on what you're looking for. But I can run them. Let me see. We got a trumpet section. I mean, you could do so much with this. I love it. I love it. They got all kinds of like, you just want like some funky stuff in there. Some mutes. I love it. I love it. Check it out. Check it out. It might be, I mean, you can always buy, the thing is, it's like $20 a month, or you can like buy the plugin one at a time for like $80 or something like that. I think it's worth just getting the subscription because they're all super, super expensive. They're all really expensive. All of their plugins are. But if you're looking for some brass sounds, this is going to give you the best like funky digital sampled brass sounds I think out there. And there's like 40 plugins. I have a ton of them. That's great. Anyways, let's keep it running through here a little bit. Yeah, Roland SRX. So yeah, they have a subscription. It's like $20 a month, but you get it all. You get all of it. Love the automation there and refilling in. It's nice. Nice little funky roads on the left side there too. It's nice. What else? And there's like the little falls. It's nasty. It's nasty. Okay. Now the only other thing that I want to hear on here, you have a beautiful little texture on the left side. Also, let me know this, because this is another determining factor for how you build this out. The other thing is, Doughboy, welcome in. It's good to see you. I appreciate you being here. The other thing is, do you plan on getting an artist on here? This stands alone as an instrumental because you have enough filler and like lead elements between like the roads, your lead bass lines. Thank you for the let them cook. I appreciate you a lot. Thanks for sending that in. You do plan on getting someone on here. So that's something to keep in mind is you want some accents, you want some stabs, you want some stacks, but you don't want to fill in every gap. I'm gonna take out the brass here. I want to throw in something up here. I would love to get a clavinet on here. You know what I'm talking. I know you know what I'm talking about. I would love to get a clavinet on here on the right side. You have a little bit of wah, a little bit of a funk in there. Let's see. And then let's see. And then we're going to drop a Studio D. Drop a Studio D on them. Got to actually use one time. What a phenomenal piece of gear. Once. It's a very special moment. I would love to get one if they were ridiculously expensive. Where is my Studio D under modulation? Right here. Beautiful. A little too mid, a little too you might have OD'd on claps. I mean, hey, in my opinion, impossible. In my opinion, it's impossible. It's impossible. Let me make some adjustments here. I'm running this through like a Fender amp. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna pull some of this middle out. Give it a little more bass. And then just punch it through a little bit. Just little accents. Him. Right. I like it. That's what if it's type didn't use clouds. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be a balance between like stage 73s, like kind of the style that you already have in there, like vintage, stage 73s, like originals, original stage 73 Mark ones, with a little bit of maybe Ottawa stuff like that. You're going to have some other classic textures in there, even like some of the early DX series. Jeff, welcome in. Some of the early DX series as well. Like, it was really popular to use like the early DX, at the time, like DX1s, DX7s, to give, especially those like low basses and stuff in the 80s, early 90s. Those little low textures right there, that was really popular with the DX7s. Yeah, the clavs wasn't like the most popular. I just like it. There's just something, it's just, even just as a random filler, just a little funk. I love it. Yeah, I love it too much. Feel free to ignore that. Feel free to not mess around with that. But there's something to me that really likes the texture that you already have there. It's really, really well done. It has a really cool feel to it. And sometimes it can be nice to just have a little bit of extra sauce in there. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you can always just do some of that simply. You're already doing a lot. So kind of what I'm thinking about too is just like making sure that there's space for a vocal. So I'm also like telling you that I like something that would also remove a little bit of clarity. I'm going to back it up a little bit. Actually, I want to focus a little bit more, and then we'll move forward at a good pace. Because once you bring in the double track on the right side, you have two roads in here, it sounds like, right? Once you bring in the double track on the right side, I feel like you have a really, really, really great structure on the right side. It sounds great. Your double tracking there feels really open. It sounds really, really vibrant. I really like it. I really, really like it. I love the kind of like metallic, kind of FM synth style on the left side too. That sounds great. To be honest with you, strangely enough, the thing that feels a little out of place to me every once in a while is the main like Juno style stack of saws kind of in the background here, like this. Like this, that little section right here. And then in here. This to me, it does for a moment. For a moment, it pulls me out of some of the funk just for a second. I think you could probably, I don't mind, obviously, my obsession with synths, so I'm not telling you to take out any synths. I think you could mold this sound a little bit more to maybe even be a little pluckier, so maybe slightly shorter decay on your filter envelope, like maybe slightly shorter decay, maybe a little bit more resonance, give it a little more bow, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? A little bow in the background. Make that a little funkier, because right now it's a little like 80s pop. It's a little on the nose. There's a little bit of resonance, right? So you get a little bit of like a resonant sweep right there from the cutoff, to where you do get a little bit of that filter opening and closing right there. But I would almost love for it to be a little bring up an LFO a little bit, like modulate with the wheel a little bit, bring up an LFO. A little bit of automation there can help you bring that to life a little bit more. But right now it's a little rigid. Right now it's a little brassy, and you already have like real brass in the background, or like, sampled real brass in the background. So I don't know if you need a really brass heavy synth like a Jupiter or Juno or something like that, or something emulating that to give you that texture. Make that a little bit funkier too. Give it a little bit, maybe what you would do, maybe lower the cutoff and release just a little bit, lower your cutoff for the filter just a little bit, decent amount, maybe slightly raise the resonance. Once you lower the cutoff, you'll hear a little bit more of that resonance. You might not need to lower it that much, but maybe push the resonance a little bit, give it a little more bow, a little bit shorter, a little bit tighter, but maybe a long enough decay that you can still hold it down and get the dun, the dun dun dun. Give it a little bit of an LFO, a little wobble at the end, something like that. So it's a little funkier. It's a little 80s pop right now. I think you could lean into the funk a little bit more, because you already have on all the other elements that you have. All of the other elements are super funky. They're nasty. Your bass lines are really nice. That one synth, it breaks it up a little bit for me. Let me move forward. Eradicate, I got you. There's a really nice call and response between all of these other elements too. The boom, 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 boom. You have a lot of kind of echoing back and forth, a lot of a communication between your different melodies and counter melodies that I think is really, really well done. You have a really nice call and response between the different, between the Rhodes on the left side, your double track Rhode on the right side, the brass in the background, the bass line. There's a lot of gap filling right there that I think you're doing a beautiful job of programming. Great job, man. Eradicate, I'm gonna push you up. And so, okay, so the last thing I want to break down is just because I think from the sound design choice, I think it's really nice. I want to go back to the first thing that I mentioned is one of the first questions that I had, which is room for a vocal. That's the thing that I already mentioned before, and I talked about the clavs, and you might not, might want that or not want that. That doesn't really matter to me. This is a side note. The thing that I'm just thinking about is room for a vocal. That's why I asked that question. Is this stands alone? Again, one of the first things that I said, Jane Lee said, needs more space. Love Jane, not sure I agree. I think it just depends on purpose. You know what I mean? So I could agree or not agree depending on exactly where you want to go with it. Because like I said earlier on, I think maybe we're kind of saying the same thing in just maybe different ways with Jane, because I love Jane too. She's awesome. I think we're kind of saying similar things in a different way, where this does stand alone as an instrumental because there's enough filler, there's enough movement. It's funky. It could be in the background of a movie that sounds like Ocean's 11 or something. It's great. I love it. There's so much that I really enjoy about it. And at the same time, if you know that you want to get a vocal on here, the vocal needs to be able to imagine themselves. If they're going to create a track from scratch over the top of this, they've got to be able to imagine what that would even be. You know what I mean? They've got to be able to see that and hear that. And if there's so much going on as a top line, there's so many lead elements and pops and movements and stuff coming left and right, it's going to be difficult to be well, what melody and so many chord changes and movements. It's going to be really challenging to understand where a vocal is going to be placed. What melody could they sing that wouldn't be a contradiction to one of the other elements that are in there? We got to find a balance between that. And that I think is where your challenge is going to be. It's not impossible. You can do it. I mean, you could get someone kind of scatting in the background. You could, there's a lot of different ways that you can move with this. But that would be a challenge. So what I would do, and then Eradicate, I'm going to get you pushed forward too. I appreciate you. What I would do is just kind of determine your non-negotiable. So here in the main breakdown, here, beautiful. Also, that bass can come down by probably 3 dB too. It's really dry and forward. You could probably notch that back a little bit, just kind of rebalance it. Obviously it's not like modern pops. You don't really need heavy low end. It just needs to exist there. It needs to exist there in a balance. So you could probably pull that back and rebalance it a little bit. Because if everything's loud and everything's forward, that's where it is going to feel like there's no room. There's no room for anything else. So you might pull that back just a hair, just so there's a little bit more space. You feel a little bit more. Let me go to your main breakdown. Because that brass right there is going to be really challenging to have a vocal over, because the vocal's going to have to work around that. It's going to be chopping in and out of the mix right there. What I would do probably is strip this down before getting an artist. That sounds like the bass can pull back a little bit. You could simplify a little bit, kind of, you could be simple little movements like that, right? It doesn't have to be anything too crazy, depending on the part of the song that you're in. But what I would probably do right now is I would strip some things away, some filler. So some of the brass work that you have in there, some of the filler synthesizers that you have as counter melodies and leads in there, pull those back, get an artist on it, and then when there's gaps that need to be filled, when a vocal is not in place, fill up with the brass stabs and stuff like that. I think right now it's if I were a vocalist and I'm I have this really cool track from this amazing producer, I'm going to try to write a vocal hook over this or a vocal verse over this. And I'm okay, but wait, that brass comes in, bum bum. I'm okay, wait, I gotta kind of fit this in a little bit here. So what I would probably do is get a vocal on earlier than later. Strip some of maybe the brass and some of the top line synths away, the shimmery ones away. Obviously bass, Rhodes, percussion, stuff like that. That's a non-negotiable. That has to be there. Strip some of the higher end elements away, get a vocal on, build your structure from there, edit from there, and then add in the brass stabs and other stuff as an accent to what the vocal is doing. So the vocal might, they might go to a they might have like a nice high moment up there, right? They may have some cool things that they do, and then when they do this something like that, then you stack that with the brass. Like, so once you have vocals on there, you'll be able to be like, oh yeah, this is where I stab. This is where I punch in. This is where I create more energy and stuff like that. Right now, I think it would be hard for a vocal to get to that point. It would be hard for a vocal to be like, I don't even know where to fit, because like Jane said, it is busy. Standalone, it's fine. As an instrumental, it's perfectly fine. Like you're filling in all of those gaps. But if a vocal is going to get on there, there needs to be space for them. So I like agree kind of I agree to both. You know what I mean? Like I definitely see what she's saying, depending on like your vision for the song. You can obviously choose which direction you want to go, but I would start by pulling away, simplifying, getting on a top line, and then add in filler as needed, counter melodies as needed. Because right now you probably just have stuff in there that you don't need. You just don't know it yet. You don't know it yet. Y'all show some love. Excuse me. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is the family right there. A10, I love what you do, man. You're a really talented producer. I mean, I just love the vibe. I love the whole structure of what you're doing. I think it's really, really engaging. It's so fun to listen to. It's funky. It's nasty. I feel like you do what you do really, really well. Really, really well. So y'all, please show some love to the family. A10, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending this in. Let's keep going into these next couple tracks here, y'all. The line is still open technically, but if you do want to submit, just make sure that you check the line first over on the Red app YT. Check over there. You can see the line, the order, and the minimums. Just please check that first, and then if you would like to still submit and get yourself up on the board, you absolutely still can. Just go to my profile, click on the link, and read through and follow all the details right there, so we can get you in the right order, in the right space. Okay, let's keep it going. We've got, I think it's Mead up next. Actually, wait, hold on, not Mead. Give me 1 second. I need to update Eradicate. Eradicate. Let me get you up here real quick. Let me just get that updated real quick so I get all of y'all in the right space. Annie's in the building. Annie with the comma. Welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing today. It's good to see you. I think you're still good, Mead. I think you're still good. Yep, you snuck it in. Oh, wait, here. Boom. Got it pushed. Okay, Mead, you're in the building. Let's run it. Yo, welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank y'all so much for tapping into the stream today. The music has been phenomenal. It's been so fun. So much incredible talent. Mead is in the building. We're moving through it, y'all. Okay, once again, lines are open if you want to. You can absolutely submit. Just check the line first. Join the other platforms so you can see everything that's going on. All right, this is Mead D'Amour right here in the chat. Let's go. This is interested in your thoughts. You had some really good notes on the demo. Once we were in the studio, things took a different path, but happy with where it ended. Interested on what notes I should have for the mix. I was told to hold off since these are 30% mixed. Okay, so this hasn't been mixed. This is still kind of an early demo. Annie, I appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. That means a lot. I got a song. It's my first song. Let's go. Yeah, I can definitely do it. You just got to follow the whole process because we have a really stacked line today. So if you want to submit, just check the line first. Go to YT, the Red app. You can all of that's on my profile and my link as well. Check the line over there. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate it. Check the line over there so you can see the order, the minimums, and then if you do want to send in, then go to my profile, click on the link, and just read through and follow the details there where it says submit. All right, this is Up Down by Mead. This is a rough mix. No, you're good, Mead. You snuck. Mead knows how it gets. Mead knows how it gets sometimes. So he's like, please don't do it. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. This is Up Down by Mead. They're over on the Red app right now. But definitely show them some love. Let them know what you're thinking. This is a rough mix. So I've heard a version of the song. Is what I'm hearing, right? Based on your notes, I've heard a version of the song, but it took a little bit of a different path when you got into the studio. So let's see. Minor adjustments and organization has been down. But levels and what has been done, I'm assuming. But levels and whatnot still need some adjustments. Okay, beautiful. Let's get it. So it's like an early premix.
Tell me what it's like to find
beautiful.
Something coasting on the water, 'cause his life keeps
Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. I appreciate y'all being here.
To mind my business, but decisions got me all tied up that I keep running around, chasing the ground, trying to find my way up from down. Keep dragging it out, cussing me out. I don't know where we're going, but I need to find
I like those drums. It's got a little like the strike feel a little bit.
It's not
it's
always
vibey.
Deserving, and at times a bit concerning, so I try to lie, try to keep up.
Let's go, man.
When all I do is hear it.
It's a big change. It's a big change, man. There's this, I think we talked about those harmonies last time, right? I love that. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow all the details first, and then check the line on the YT, the Red app. Let's go, man. There's a lot of nice changes to this. Okay, sax. Nice. Hell yeah. Come on. We need more sax solos, y'all. We need more sax solos. I don't care what style you make. Get some sax solos on there. Let's go. Oh, I love it. I love it. Nice outro, man. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Mead. They're over on the Red app right now. But y'all, please show some love to the fam. Dude, I love this so much. There's some huge changes in sound design here. I think we talked about the harmonies last time. The third note harmony on the hook sounds beautiful. Really, really nicely done. Let's talk about some mixed stuff, some details here. Just recorded sax for a song like 2 hours ago. Don, let's go. I love to hear it. I'm in the process right now. I think I want, some of y'all know me. I played drums since I was 4, played guitar since I was 8, played piano classically since I was 6. I've done a lot of different stuff, and I really, really like learning new instruments and new processes and stuff like that. I think I want sax to be my next instrument. I really want to get an alto sax. So I'm in the process of, I have some like brass and wind instruments that were given to me or that I've traded and bartered for and stuff like that here in the studio. And I want to see if I can get someone to buy one or trade me or something like that and get me a nice like Yamaha saxophone that I can start learning on. I really make sax a staple. I mean, I do so much 80s stuff. I love 80s music, and sax is so fun. So I really want to learn. I really want to teach myself sax. And so, and maybe I'll do like a whole YouTube series on learning it and stuff like that. It's so fun. It's so fun. Okay, let's keep it going. I see y'all commenting over on TikTok. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. I appreciate it. The line is open. I would just recommend, if you want to check the line, thank you for the follow. If you want to check the line, go to my profile and go to the Red app, YT, the one that you watch videos on. We're live on that platform as well. You can see the line, the order, the minimums. And if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, read through it, and follow all the details right there. And we'll get you up on the board. We'll get you up on the board ready to go. I'm going to be on for a bit longer. But if you want to submit, you got to go through the process. It's not going to happen here in the chat because we have 25 other people in a line that we've got to run in order. You can go faster if you want to. You can always make sure that you're heard, but that's completely up to you. There's no pressure. Let's run this from the top. Let's get into some details here. These are long form consultations. This is not a quick play of your song. Every artist, we listen for about 20 to 30 minutes. So let's get into it. This is Up Down by Mead. I'm mainly listening for guitar structure here. I'm not in love with the guitar tone here. To me, it pulls me out of this really natural like 80s like funky pop record that you have in here, and makes it feel like a little more of like an edgy rock, just tonally speaking. I would love to just like clean that up a little bit, just slightly overdriven, tube broken up, clean guitar, and like a little bit more movement right there from the guitar. The way that it comes in feels a little too rock and roll, to where it pulls me out of the softness of the rest of the record. Is so warm, it's soft. Makers, thank you for the rose, I appreciate it. And MLZ Sport, thank you for the pop, I appreciate you a lot. Sorry if I missed your gifts earlier, I appreciate that a lot. So I would love to maybe change some tonal decisions there. I don't know if, obviously you know the process better than I do because you were there in the session. I don't know if this was like a dry tracked guitar or it was like done in the box, or if they mic'd up an amp and it's like set the way that it is. Of course, let me know what you happen to know, but I would love to change the tone on that or retrack that, just because it does pull me out of the vibe just a little bit here. And everything else is sounding really, really cool.
Tell me what it's like to find something coasting on the water, 'cause it's like...
And right in here, I know this is pre-mix, so I'm not worried too much about the, I'm not too worried. No, I just sort of drop it down a bit. Yeah, the guitar, and because I kind of want to hear, like, it's in A major off the D, right? So you kind of have this, obviously this is not mic'd, but you get the idea of what I'm, There's the 7th. Right now it's like a very just kind of like power chord. It's a little bit more rock and roll. I would love to get that. There's the 7th and the 7th there. I would love to get a little bit more funky, a little more poppy right there. It's a little heavy. It's a little heavy. So like it's the processing itself, but also getting into like the actual phrasing and stuff like that. I'll walk through it when we kind of get there. It'd be easier if the guitar was plugged in, but I think you get the idea. The phrasing and the movement of the chord itself matters a lot too.
It's getting harder and I'm trying to...
Love the tone of the guitar right there. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. The guitar right there is beautiful. And in the background as well. You have this beautiful little like Jupiter brassy slow attack that comes in. Love it. This is not mixed. I know it's not mixed, so I'm not worried about that. I would push that forward. As you get into the mix, that's a great like early chord on that the D major 7. That little 7th right there on that synth, beautiful. I love it. Push that forward by like 3 dB. I want that to be like the main chord that we hear, supported by the pad. Like the pad is the glue, but that synth right there is like the main thing that we're really feeling. I love it so much.
Tell me what it's like to find...
Love it. Miranda, welcome
something coasting on the water, 'cause his life keeps getting harder and I'm trying to mind.
Beautiful.
Chasing the crowd, but decisions got me all tied up that I...
Welcome in, Miranda. Thank you for the heart me as well. Yeah, so like these drums, I love the 80s. I love I love, I mean, you know I love my 80s stuff. So I love the synth, that brassy synth, gorgeous, beautiful. Keep it. Early clean guitar tone, gorgeous, beautiful. Keep it. Tom movements, beautiful. Drums, they're fat, they're juicy. I love it. They're really, really nice. The only thing that I'm kind of listening for, largely speaking, is of course you're going to get into a balance of this unmixed at this point, and so you still need to kind of go through that process. But I want to listen for this guitar right here.
Keep running around, chasing the crowd, trying to find my way up from down. Dragging it out, cussing me out.
Yeah, like I almost think, Time Mind, welcome and good to see you. I appreciate you, Miranda. I almost don't think you like need that guitar in there because you already have the suit. It's like ultra wide. This is Mead. They hopped in, yeah, a couple notches, a couple chats behind you. This is Mead. Such a cool artist.
I don't know where we're going, but
because you already kind of have you already have like a really ultra wide guitar track right there. So I'm almost just thinking that you could like really just fill in. So in this case, if you go off the D major, you could almost just have, again, this is not plugged in, so bear with me. Kind of over the top here.
need to find a way through this.
So you could almost just It's just kind of over the top. Because if the low end, you already have one guitar that's doing double tracked left and right. There's a seventh again. So if you just have one guitar over the top doing to the A, just like the inversion right there, just doing like a high third inversion over the top right there. Something that's just like the same thing the other guitar is doing, but brighter and maybe like with more reverb and chorus on it that kind of is a little bit more of a glue, more of a pad. I think that would be really nice instead of like a lead, crunchy, distorted, like metal guitar in the middle. That to me, it just pulls me, like I said before, it pulls me out of the vibe a little bit. I would love for that to feel a little bit smoother. I do like, I mean, your filler comes in really nice. You know, I was trying to go for a Band Camino meets two-door cinema club with my own style. Yeah, 100%, 100%. So then what I would do is I think we then just, if you want to keep the distortion, again, I'm not here to make stylistic decisions for you. You are the artist. I want to respect your vision for your song, right? I'm not here to change that. What I would do then is find a way to marry. So one thing you can do is keep the distortion on there, maybe pull it back by 5%, keep the distortion on there, but definitely add like a chorus on it. Definitely add like a Studio D or a Bucket Brigade chorus on there, just to give it some modulation, give it some movement, give it maybe even a little bit of stereo openness. That will help open it up just a little bit, because you can keep the distortion, but I think what I'm hearing is this, like, this is just really like dry and centered and forward. And it doesn't match like the openness and the movement of everything else. So I think it would be nice to just, chorus it up a little bit. Give it a little bit of like a bucket. I love the Bucket Brigade. UAD has a great plugin for it if you don't have if you don't have that, like the pedal itself. Distortion. Yeah, that's what I think. To me, it just needs to be blended. To me, it just needs to be like everything is so like wet and wide. I kind of just need, that feels very separate for me, because even your vocals like doubled and it's big and it's wide. I think for me, it's not necessarily that it's distorted. It's like so dry and pointed. It needs to be like connected with processing to everything else. So yeah, I think it just kind of depends on what you're looking for. This I love, like filling out and going forward. Beautiful. Ride the fader, keep it forward. Like even that, it's really nice. It's really nice. I think you could just, same thing. Just add like a chorus on there to make it a little funky, make it a little bit more modulated.
Try to keep up all appearance when all I do is hear it. Keep running around, chasing the crowd, trying to find my way up from down. Dragging it out, cussing me out. I don't know where we're going, but I need to find a way through this. Caught up in the up, down, down, down.
Love the dynamics here.
No, I won't give it up now.
Great dynamic shift here.
Oh, caught up in the up, down.
Third harmony's beautiful. Love that addition.
I won't give it up now.
Beautiful.
Oh, caught up in the up, down.
I think you could probably, your vocal harmony stack movement right there, I think is beautiful. You could probably have like one other element shift. Like I need on the production side for like one new piece of information to come in. You're swelling some of the synths there a little bit, and your harmonies are stacking from the third to the fifth. Gorgeous. Love it, dude. Your voice is awesome in this record. I would just love to hear like one additional little piece of,
I won't give it up now.
starting here.
Oh, caught up in the up, down.
Just like a plucky synth.
I won't give it up now.
And then pull. Because I want, even before it's mixed, I want that transition to feel like it matters a little bit more that it happens. Because you have like a little bit of a pull in energy, because you do a break right there. You do a break point. So you have beautiful stacks in your vocals. You go to the third, you move to the fifth. It's beautiful. It's so good. It's a really, really great structure. So you build up all of this energy, and then it doesn't like quite build up enough in order to warrant the next transition, or it's like halfway built up. It pauses for a second. You have the one vocal in the background, and then it hits, but the dynamic range really doesn't shift a whole lot. So I would love to build up a little bit more, open up your filters a little bit wider on the synth in the background, so your cutoff lifts just a little bit. So you open it up in the background there with the brass synth that you have. You bring in one little plucky movement on the top side there, a little top line for your synths to give it a little bit more energy, a little bit more build up. Get that vocal to the top when it's mixed, cut energy, and then hit it really hard. I think right now it's like halfway built up, halfway pulls out, and then halfway goes back in. And I want it to like build up a little bit more. So when you do that break, feels a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more impactful in the mix. Guru, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Do we have to pay an investment or there's a free one? No, there's no free. It's not a free review or anything like that. These are just like Annie. I appreciate you. You've got all the details. It is a 20 to 30 minute long, multi-listen, literally usually 2 to 3 different times through your song over, 20 to 30 minutes to break down all of the different parts of the structure of your music. If you're interested in that, you definitely still can submit. Some people are still submitting, but we're getting towards the tail end just a little bit. Let me hear the outro really quick, Mead. But you're a beast, man. Really, really talented. This production did take a turn, but I feel like it really complements your voice. It sounds really, really nice. I think now it's just digging into like dynamic range, small, elements of like kind of the sonic profile of like the guitar itself, and a little processing details to make sure that everything's pointed in the same direction. And then I think you'll be in a great spot, man. Seriously. This is a huge change from the last time I heard it. The harmonies make a huge difference. Gotta hear the sax again. We gotta hear the sax again. Nasty. It's so good. It's so good, man. I love it so much. It's beautiful. Got to work with Gabby Bros, which is insane. Literally, Miranda. I agree. I mean, y'all know my affinity for like 80s stuff. And man, that's one of my favorite thing of like listening to like the midnight. It's not always even like my favorite like vocals or lyrics or anything like that. I do really like the 80s music. I love, synthwave and stuff like that too. But, to me, a lot of it is also just like the sax, the instrumentation. That's one of the things I really like about listening to the midnight. Their alto sax players, an absolute beast. Y'all show some love. Me, this is fantastic. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. Let's keep it moving. We got some music to get to. I got a couple. Actually, I need to update this really quick. Okay. Let me double check a few things just really briefly. Annie, I got you. Sorry, just saw both of yours come in. I appreciate you so much. Let me get you up there. And then I'm gonna be closing up the line here in just a little bit, y'all, because we're going crazy today. I will be back on tomorrow. So just dude, anytime, man. Mead, you're the family. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for tapping in again. I need to update this because it's not where it's supposed to be. So let me get this updated real quick. We got Annie with the comma in the building. Fabulous. And we'll close up the lines here in just a bit. Let me see what I got. I'll see who's also, because sometimes people haven't stayed in. Okay. So, Moog Synths, are you in here? Yeah, you deserve it, me. You deserve it, man. You deserve it. I mean, that's a catchy song. Okay, we got Moog. Eradicate Sin, I think, is in here. They've been in the background. I saw y'all boost. And then Salmon and Annie. So I'm gonna go ahead and close the lines, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and close the lines. We got Moog, Eradicate Sin, Salmon, and Annie, just because we got a bunch of people coming in. And so I'm gonna go ahead and close. I'm gonna try to get through these last like 3-4 songs if I can. I wasn't thinking I was gonna be on this late, but we had so many people submit, and so I'm trying to power through as many as I can. Let me know if Salmon's in here. Let me update that real quick. So we'll see what I can get to. I'm gonna try to get through like 3 more, y'all. There's Salmon. Beautiful. Okay, 3-4 more. Let me see, because I can do the back-to-back as one. Okay, let's get into these next tracks. I'm gonna try to move faster, y'all. I'm trying. I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good at going fast, but we just had so many people send in. Skyline. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Go to the video pinned on the TikTok sent. Okay, we got the family in here. We've got Moog Synths in here. Please review. This is an improvisation with no real direction, structure, or genre. Added some new West Coast Eurorack mods with which created a polyphony gliding through notes. So what's your overall thoughts or ideas? Okay, let's get into it. So there's 2 different links. Go to the video pinned on the TikTok. Okay, let me see. Does this sound right? Is that the right one? Just so I make sure before I... Beautiful. Okay, let me start it over. Let's get into it all. This is Moog Synths right here. We love Moog Synths because Moog synths loves synths, and I love people that love synths as well. You just go look at his setup. If you're here in the chat, just go click on his name and look at what this animal is doing with these cables and these synths and the lights. It's like a spaceship. He has a crazy modular synth setup and semi-modular synth setup. Wild. So yeah, go check it out. We are listening to the first one, the pinned video on there. So I'm going to be listening to it. I'll be watching it too, obviously, but it's just a ridiculous setup. Send me some Euro rig. I need some Euro rack stuff over here. I have my semi-modular setup, but I'm selling it. Just the Behringer racks that I have, I'm selling those because I want to get an actual Moog. I want to get a matriarch in here. And so I'm trying to get rid of some stuff so I can get some better synths in here, but that's a monster of a setup. It's crazy. Go check it out. It looks and sounds ridiculous. Sounds ridiculous. All right, this is Eurorack Synths Jam. Go check it out. Okay, but before I do need to close the line. Brian, thank you so much for tapping in. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you for joining the stream. I need to close the lines for today. But we are going to be live again tomorrow. So if anybody is in here is wanting to still submit, you're wanting to submit your music, then definitely make sure that you are following, turn on notifications. We will open up the lines again tomorrow. We just got a crazy stack today. So I'm trying to get through as many as I can. But I'm going to go ahead and close this here. Let me get this turned on. Beautiful. Line closed. Gorgeous. And let me do it over on the other platforms as well. Give me just 1 second. So if you do submit or you submit on accident, I'm going to hold it for tomorrow. And then you can just come in then. But hopefully people just read it. Brian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get into it. All right, let's go, Mo. Let's go. I'm going to try to move fast, y'all. I'm going to try to move fast. I got to get out of here. I got to eat. Are you finally multi-tracking? I know we talked about this a little bit last time. Are you finally multi-tracking through the Tascam now? This is wild. Oh, what's going on? Hold on. It sounds a lot clearer than a lot of your past ones. Like we've been dealing with that mud in the past ones because it's all just running through stereo. It sounds a lot more distinct this time, at least so far. It looks wild, man. Crazy. Crazy. Mm-hmm. Bella, welcome in. Because yeah, the beauty of multi-tracking all of this is that once you track it into the DAW, you have full control over mixing it, which is nice. Yes, Annie, 100%, 100%. Like imagine this in a video game or an anime, like so cool. So interesting. How many modules do you have now? I mean, this is... You have 3 Euro racks, right? You have the Moog Studio on the left. Moog Studio on the left, is it 2 Mother 32s? Moog Studio on the left, and then 2 other Euro racks, right? Yeah, yep. We're closed for today. We're gonna be back open tomorrow, though. Definitely tap in. Make sure that you're following. We're gonna be open again tomorrow afternoon. So definitely tap in. I would love to hear what you got. Welcome back, Jenna. Yeah, 2 full Euro racks, the mixer, and then the 4 series Moog Studio on the left. It's beautiful. It looks crazy, man. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So interesting. Is it Tahi? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for tapping in. This is one of the artists or one of the producers is right here in the chat. Moog Synths. There are probably a couple people up in the chat there. I don't know if there's still some in there for you since you just joined. But this is Moog Synths, and this is a track that they sent in. They have a crazy. Go to their page if you can. Malone, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. They have a ridiculous modular synth setup. It looks like a spaceship. It's wild. It's wild. Go check it out. If you see him in the chat, go check it out. Beautiful, beautiful. That's the full track. Y'all show some love. Percy, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. All of y'all that have followed today and liked the live, shared it out, stuff like that. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for doing that. It's really, really interesting. Let's get into it. Moog Synths. That is a 5.5 minute sequence of craziness and weird modular movements and different sequences. I don't know. You got to have 12 different sequences happening. There's so many layers, so much energy happening at the same time. I love it. There's so much I love about it. So let's talk about like very simple and practical things that we do. Now, obviously, I'm listening to the TikTok of it, which is not going to be like the full, sometimes it's not like a really accurate stereo image just because of their compression and stuff like that. So I'm sure the full thing that we would be listening would have a little bit more openness. I'm not too worried about that. I mainly want to talk about like oscillator tuning. Your sequences are beautiful. The movement is beautiful. There's so much interesting sound design happening. You do a great job of actually like mixing in this time around too. Yeah, so much better on the purple or red app. It's going to be way, way, way different. In this case, you have really interesting sequences. Are these like producer tracks only? No, producers, engineers, songwriters, artists. If you're a rapper, you're a vocalist, you're a musician, a session musician, whatever you do. We get people all the way across the board. And today we've had a decent chunk of producers today, but also several artists and bands that come through as well. So we're talking through a bunch of different people's tracks. It's all the way across the board. All styles, all genres, all levels of quality and preparedness. We'll get people that have been singing for 1 month and people that have won Grammys. It's going to be all the way across the board. It's a really, really cool community. I'm grateful that you're here. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, let's get into it. This is a Eurorack jam sesh. So we're going to run it from the top. We'll chop through a couple things. So the main thing that I want to dive into, is oscillator tuning, because you have some really interesting movements that I feel like are pulled out. Excuse me, I've been talking too much, y'all. That I kind of get pulled out of just a little bit because of the tuning of the oscillator itself, which is kind of obviously determining the pitch of your sequence in tandem, right? So I want to make sure that especially some of your lower end sequences on your bottom 3 synths, has detune on it on some of them too, and that I like. So it kind of depends on where it sits in the register, and how with the DFAM too, how you have those kicks processed, and how that works in tandem with your low-end sequencers, so they're not clashing too much. I like a lot of the tension and the dissonance. I like a lot of the detune, because it makes it sound nasty, and I kind of want it to. I want it to sound kind of crazy and nasty, and then I still want it to be kind of held down by 1 or 2 elements at the bottom that give all of that context, if that kind of makes sense. One low element that's just doom 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 And then you can have craziness over the top, but you still have like one element that's like kind of in line, in tune, that feels like it's grounding the whole thing, and then it's chaos over the top of it. I think the more that you have a foundation of something that's consistent and in tune, the more that you have like permission to go crazy with a lot of other stuff, because you can always fall back on that foundation again. Like when you build up like crazy and then you transition, you pulled some faders down, you muted a couple elements in there, it goes back to a tuned bass that's like doom doom right in there. Like a bass guitar. Like a bass guitar. I'm a bassist more. I mean, you definitely could do it. I mean, if you want to play some live bass over it, you could, but you could also definitely do it through a bass sequence. You could definitely do it through a bass sequence. So let's listen. Let's dive back into it. Let's dive into some of those elements there. But that to me, excuse me, that to me would kind of determine how grounded this feels. Like not just crazy and chaotic. Yes, all of that, but with a foundation that feels kind of solid. So you can move around like crazy and float away with different melodies and crazy sounding sequences and stuff, and then it still feels kind of grounded underneath it. That's what I'm listening for. Okay. Because I love all these weird portamentos and slides right here. I love the movement. It's nasty, it's weird, it's like ringy and metallic and resonant. I love it. It's so cool. And it sounds like a computer in like Star Wars or something. It's so cool. So like in this case, so right now, as we first introduce, you are basing this early like kick that you have in there, because this is all analog synthesis, so it's still a tuned oscillator, right? So since you still have a tuned oscillator, I'm assuming maybe that's the Moog D fam in the background right there, maybe. Since it's still a tuned oscillator, right? It's still a tuned signal underneath it. You still want to make sure that pitch aligns, right? So in this case, you're basing it off, I think it's a C. Yeah. Yeah. So you're basing like the undertone here, and a lot of like what's happening with the D fam or the subharmonicon maybe, or whatever you might be using there. You're basing that off like a C. So you kind of want to make sure that most of any elements that are kind of close to that are at least like complementary to the C major or minor, depending on how you want to build your structure here. I love the chaos on the top, but lock everything in to that low C right there. At least some of your lower elements. Yeah, appreciate y'all tapping in. Thank y'all so much for being here. The line is currently closed. We only have a couple songs after this that we're going to get into. But definitely hang around. Some amazing artists in here. Some really talented producers and artists and musicians and vocalists. So definitely hang out for a little bit. We'll be live again tomorrow. So if you do want to submit, definitely tap in tomorrow. Would absolutely love to hear what y'all got. So yeah, because right now you have all that's lined up in the C. So we want to make sure that more elements follow that movement right there. Because I love everything that I hear here. Now we start to introduce some more elements. This is where I feel like we need some tuning and some alignment that makes a little bit more sense. Either off the one, the C in this case, or the 5 at least, or something on the G. So at least you have like a harmony to your initial oscillator. So right now, then there's another synth that comes in the background. Kind of right there. Dun, 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 dun. It might even just be the portamento. The portamento is so high on that one that it's not targeting any one note. You're kind of getting this, you know what I mean? Like that portamento, it has so much movement to it. It's bending into each note, but it never bends quite fast enough to reach the target note. So as it's going through that, I think that's, honestly, it's this one instrument right here, or this one sequence, this one, there's like one interface right here. This one sequence right here, I think is what's throwing me off the most, because it's one of your lower bass elements that becomes really prominent. For one, that track could come back a couple dB maybe, but even beyond like mixing this and stuff like that, just stylistically, creatively, that synth right there, I think it's technically, I'm gonna hear the first one. I wanna hear the first one. I think it's technically over the C. I think it's like technically has a sequence in the right key, but I think what I'm assuming just based on what I'm hearing, that the portamento is just too slow. So you never quite reach so it's bending between notes, but since the sequence is so fast on those like 16ths right there, bum, 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 it never has, the portamento doesn't have enough time to catch before you re-trigger the next note in the sequence. So every note is actually just all out of tune and bending back and forth. So you'll hear all of this just kind of sounds like it's hitting different notes every time. It could be the Model D or sub fatty. Can't recall which one it is. Yeah. So whichever unit it is, be aware of how fast your portamento is. That your glide, your portamento is right there. Because if it's too slow, if it's too slow compared too slow in tandem to, or compared to how fast your sequence is, then it'll never catch the right notes. So you probably just need to speed up that portamento by a couple milliseconds. Speed up the portamento just a little bit so you still get you get a little bend in there, but you still hear the note targeted because the portamento is moving a little bit faster. And it still kind of fits over the C. Then this would all fit a little bit cleaner, because then I think you do have a C sequence, but it's being bent into a different key by the portamento since it never catches. Little things like that. Because there's so much about the sound design that I love. I know we're getting technical, but there's so much about your sound design that's so interesting to me. It's so engaging to watch. It's engaging to listen to, but we got to make sure that like your foundation feels like a little bit more consistent. I just think it'll go farther. And this post is crushing for you. Like you can tell, like people just see what you're doing and they're like, what the hell? Like it's so crazy. It sounds so interesting. So I think if you even just mold it a little bit more, just a little bit more, and you tighten it up a little bit, you're going to crush, dude. It's so fun. Let's get into this like B section here. It's almost like sirens. Such an interesting sound. Heavy kick. I mean, it's crazy. It's chaotic. I love it. Yeah, like different clocks, like it's different. It's like different movements in the background. It throws it off. It's weird. That's why like it's like we kind of have to think of like how much capacity does the human ear have for the chaos, right? Because we do have some capacity, and it can be really interesting, right? Like I said, like there's so much about this that I think is so engaging and weird and funky and quirky that is really engaging to listen to. And there's like a line that we cross. If too much of it is chaotic, or too much of it just ends up being busy and noise and not in the right key, or they're in different keys, there are different bends, there's different timing, different sequences and different BPMs, different clock running. Like if all of it feels too loose, then the brain's just like, what the hell, right? It's kind of all over the place. It's going to be disconcerting to listen to. And so if you can keep like the kick helps, right? Do, right down there to keep your structure rhythmic. The more elements that you have, now you could go all the way in one direction and it just becomes a pop song when everything's lined up and super perfect. We don't want that. But the more elements that at least point in that same direction, that are in line with that, it gives permission for those other things to float around and bend off beat, because you have a more solid foundation where that bass is lined up in pitch off the C minor. And the kick is going. You have like a really solid foundation to build all of the funky, weird, quirky stuff over the top. Little bend on that one too. So like in this case, it's kind of hitting on the B flat a little bit. Wait, why is it refreshing? Hold on. It's a crazy mod setup. It's a crazy setup, man. Hold on. It made me reload it. Give me a second. That's where a lot of your mind is. So in the background, you have one of your elements holding a pad, right? So this is all about tuning. It's all I want you to worry about. It's holding a C sharp. So you can hear it in the background. It's holding in the background right there, while a lot of your other sequences are on that C. They're on the C with the fifth. The portamento bend is in the C minor scale. And then you have that pad holding all the way through. Do, just kind of holding right there while you have, and that's a lot of the tension that you're feeling. And that's where it's going to sound nasty, right? Like, again, it's a balance between having all of these crazy, weird, interesting modulations and movements and sequences. And it's a balance between that side and making sure that we're not using notes, these three notes that are hitting at the same time when you're getting this, and you're like, you can make it work. It's jazzy. It's jazzy, but it's going to have a lot of attention to it, especially because it's a pad. Again, like I talked about earlier, lower end elements that are filling in a lot of that. Thank you for the follow. A lot of lower end element, your pad, your bass, your main synth bass over the top, your kicks, those at least need to be lined up. If that pad was just one semitone down, if the pad was just one semitone down, and then you got doom, 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 and then you move down, boom, 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 doom, 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 boom, doom, 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 doom. You could have all kinds of weird movement over the top, but at least all of this would be lined up, right? And then all of the weird bends and portamentos and weird glides and stuff that you have in kind of out of tune, like detuned, stacked sequences that are in the background, they're at least have a kick underneath it that's solid and 4/4, and then a pad and a bass is one dum 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 dum. While there's other bends and stuff, you just get like that little part lined up. Dude, you're set. It'll be so interesting. And I think even with how crazy, like, you're getting some traction on your post, which is gorgeous, dude. I love it. I'm so glad because it's so interesting to listen to. And it's so interesting visually too, as you know. I think if you even just line up a little bit more, that'll give you the ability to get more traction, like actually on platforms, like actually on Spotify, if you were to release some of this stuff where people listen in their car and they're like, oh, this actually sounds good. Like it's not just visually engaging, but it's really dynamic to listen to. And it feels really cohesive still. It doesn't just sound like the chaos, right? It has some of those elements in there, some of the weirdness, some of the quirky features, but as a foundation, it's really clean and like really, really well established, if that makes sense. Is that helpful to you? Y'all show some love to Moog Synths right here in the chat. Dude, I'm so jealous of your setup. I'm so jealous. You know how much I love synths. It's such a cool setup. Yeah, keep chipping away at it. Keep chipping away at it because this is the most clarity I've heard from you, Moog Synths. This is the most clarity that I've heard from you of being able to distinguish each of these different elements. So definitely keep multi-tracking if you're not already, but like definitely keep up with that. Keep digging into that so you can start to mix stuff after you track it in your DAW that you're recording into. And then just work on the tuning structure for your oscillators that you build it up, and you'll be ready before you know it. You'll be ready before you know it, man. It's so interesting. Just doing sets like this and then recording the whole thing wide, posting all of these on YouTube as like full wide, like full YouTube videos. Dude, you could get some real traction from what you're doing. Y'all show some love to Moog Synths, dude. I love you. I love what you do. You're so talented. What you do is so interesting and so engaging to be a part of. So I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for sending this in. Let me do a quick roll call. Eradicate Sin, let me know if you're in the chat. Shout out to Moog Synths. Shout out to Moog Synths. Let's get it. I'm gonna keep running. I gotta move quick. Let's see where it's at right here. All right, I believe I've heard Eradicate Sins before. Of course, man. Anytime. I'll catch up to you soon. I need my modular stuff. I don't have really any. I'm redoing the studio right now, moving a bunch of stuff around, selling stuff, trading stuff, getting it out, and getting some stores so I can get some things moved around. And if someone were to offer, like, I'm getting rid of some of the synths that I do have here. If someone were to offer a modular setup, I would probably take it up. I would love to get more into the modular side. It's so interesting. Eradicate Sin, I'm 90% sure that I've heard your music before, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Let's open this up on Spotify, and let's dive into it. This is Eradicate Sin by Eradicate Sin. This is a title track. We got yeah, I was going to say this. It's very familiar. This is a title track right here. This is Eradicate Sin by Eradicate Sin. Give me all of the details, remind myself, and also just the chat as well, of what you do, the role that you play in creating the music. I'm excited. I think this is heavy stuff, right? Let's get into it. I'm excited. Right, record, mix everything myself. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I will be live again tomorrow. Is it Shahid? All right, we're about to go crazy. I'm going to back it up a little bit so I can focus. Yeah, we're going to be live again tomorrow. So if you do want to submit, you can submit again tomorrow. Just make sure that y'all are following the live already or following the following this profile already. We'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. The line is currently closed, but we will open it back up to new submissions tomorrow. All right, let's get into it. Let's focus. I got to move fast. Got to move quick. We got to get into it. It's time. Ooh. Ooh. Hey, welcome in. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. What are you using? You got at least 7 strings detuned, right? Oh. Line's closed for today. Line's closed for today, but we'll be open tomorrow, so make sure you're following. I'm bringing me a 7-string, 7-string drop bass. That's what I thought. Beautiful. It's heavy. You did everything yourself, right? Everything I'm hearing is you? Beautiful. What drums are you using? Are these Steven Slate? Eradicate sin. Devil's lies will not win. Eradicate sin. Die on the cross. I love the variety we get on this stream. It's crazy. It's crazy. No worries, no worries. Just curious. Nice, nice. I don't think I've ever used Lorna Shore. Nasty. So heavy. Eradicate sin. Devil's lies will not win. Eradicate sin. Die on the cross. Be blessed. Eradicate sin. The line is closed for today. We only have like 1 or 2 more songs after this. I think 2 more songs after this. But we're going to be live again tomorrow. So definitely make sure you're following. We'll open up all of the lines again tomorrow. Y'all show some love to Eradicate Sin. Show some love, show some love. Yeah, line is closed for today. We're on our last few tracks here as we get ready to close things up. But definitely make sure that you're following. We're going to open up the line again for these detailed long-form consultations tomorrow. We spend 20 to 30 minutes per track listening 2 or 3 different times, really to get into the details of the structure of your music. So there's a whole submission process for you to send in your music and get yourself up in the line. But we'll open all that back up again tomorrow. I appreciate y'all tapping in. All right, let's run it from the top. Eradicate Sin. The song is called Eradicate Sin as well. Let's get into it. One bullet point, first thing that I'm hearing. For one, dude, you're so talented. The fact that you're doing all of this yourself, mixing, production structure, guitars, programming, drums, bass, all of that, nuts. It's crazy, man. You're so talented. You should be so proud of the work that you do. It's nasty. First gut reaction is the vocal to me is a bit separate, a bit prominent over this production structure. You have a massive stack of guitars here, really powerful drums, and even still, that vocal feels like it's like 2 or 3 dB forward in the mix over the production, not as as connected to it. So when that vocal leaves the mix actually feels like a little bit quiet sometimes, and it shouldn't. It's massive. It should be a wall of sound. And so I would love to like pull that vocal down. It's probably stealing some of your headroom, especially like on the master side, and giving you a little bit of a limit as far as how much you can push your master. So I think you could probably bring that vocal back down 3 dB or so, give or take, just depending on how it fits into the structure. Glue everything together, and then probably push your master a little bit more too, or push some of those other elements forward if you needed to. It's such a crazy instrumental. Love that 7 string. It's super, super low. Your riffs are really distinct, really clean. It's crazy. On the vocals, I think the comment before you said on the vocals got blocked for some reason. So you might want to drop it in there, or try it on one of the other platforms that doesn't censor as much as TikTok does. I think your comment before that was a little or got restricted for some reason. I put a fat channel on the vocals. I mean, it might just be beefed up. It might just be beefed up like crazy. Now the amplitude just needs to come down, right? Just like gain staging, just beef it up. It's super dynamic. It's tracked well. It's really, really powerful, but now it's just so far forward that when it doesn't exist, things feel a little bit smaller. Yeah. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. I love this production, man. It's nasty. Nasty. Wild. So heavy. Yeah, okay, nice. Lincoln, welcome in. Literally, John. Perpetual stank face over here. Yeah, dude, I mean, pinch harmonics, riffs, texture, it's all there. It's all there. Yeah, it's just, I think it's like a balancing of the elements. Like I said, vocal compared to production structure. I think there are some elements. There's some elements of the guitars that, like on their bus, you might want a little bit of frequency control. There's a little ringing. And again, I'm distinguishing between like just the resonance of the guitars, the brightness and crunch of the guitars, the feedback, the squeals, harmonics, stuff like that. I want all of that. Please don't take any of that away. I want all the harmonics. I want the squeals. I want the pinch harmonics. All of that needs to be there. I'm talking about just like over resonance in the EQ itself. There's some frequency. Sounds like 2K to 3K, kind of in that pocket right there. Maybe even a little bit higher, even like 4K, where there's some ringing, there's some like unbeneficial resonance that it kind of pokes through the mix a little bit, that makes it a little bit more abrasive to listen to, and not in the way of just heaviness and grime and grunge that you want out of this, right? There's somewhere it's like a little harsh to listen to sonically. If that is balanced a little bit, just look for that. I would just send all of these guitars, send all of your rhythm guitars to a bus, and on that bus, which you might already be doing, on that bus, have just an EQ so it affects all of the guitars that might be in that space, and try to find where some of that like unbeneficial ringing and resonance is, and try to control it just lightly. A couple dB, 3 dB, nothing too crazy. Just so you keep as much of the character in that as possible without it being harsh. Because the thing that I always, I posted a video about this on YouTube actually, but in talking about like one of the questions that I'm always asking myself as I'm mixing is how loud can the consumer, the audience, the listener turn this up in their system before it hurts, right? The best mixes that you hear of all the artists that you love that have like label professional, like industry standard mixes, right? That all the songs that you love, you can turn them up super loud in your car, in your headphones, at your workout, whatever you're doing. You can turn it up really, really loud before just the actual decibel level hurts your ears. A bad mix, or a more amateur, more unprofessional mix, you can't turn it up that loud before you're like, oh, that's harsh. Like the sibilance and the vocals killing you. The bass is so muddy that it's like fills out your system and rattles everything, and it doesn't feel clean anymore. Or something in the guitars or the synths or something feels harsh or feels abrasive to listen to, right? So my test is always how loud, not can I on the mix side make it to get my LUFS high, but how loud can the listener turn up this song after I mix it before it hurts their ears and starts to be difficult to listen to over a long period of time, right? You want people to be able to crank this record. You want them to be able to like be in some kind of a mood, get in the car and turn this thing up as loud as they possibly can, and it still sound good, right? But if there's, you know, unbeneficial like resonance in there, there's like ringing in the guitars, especially through multiple tracks, you know, double track leads and double track rhythms, really, really heavy overdriven guitars, that's all going to stack up and it's going to become harsh over time. So anyways, that's all that to say. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. That to say, just go back through, send those guitars to an aux, and just give yourself a really, really light dip where you're getting some of that ringing, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 hertz. Just pull some of that down, give it a little bit more control. How you make the box on the screen with, how you make the box on the screen with gift counters. Do I have gift counters on here? Oh, that's just like built. That's just built into it. It's just built into the live host. Because I didn't even do that. I don't even know if I have a gift goal set up, to be honest with you. That's just built. That's just built into it. If you're a live host, if you're a live host, you should be able to set that up through like TikTok Studio. Okay. Side note. I'm moving fast. I'm doing good. I'm moving fast. Let's keep it going. Lois, welcome in. Of course, yeah. Nasty. Nasty. Yeah, this part feels better. It's later on. I was literally just about to say that, John. Later on is where I get a little bit more distinction between production, instrumental, and the vocal itself. In this section here, with these like guttural, like false chord screams that have so much energy, so much life in them, it actually sits pretty well. You could probably do some really light. Part of what I might also be hearing is a little bit of a lack of dynamic control. So like the vocal kind of falling in and out of the mix a little bit, where you give it a lot of energy in a register that's more comfortable and it gets really loud. And then maybe you push like some of the higher screams and the vocal falls out of the mix slightly. So it could even just be that you need to tighten up your compression threshold, and, you know, kind of tighten up your range right there. So your dynamic range isn't too broad. So your vocal, when you get quieter or you're higher in register, there's less energy behind it. It's not falling out of the mix. And then when you get really, really guttural with it, with a lot more energy behind your expression, it doesn't like boost in the mix like crazy, but it has some dynamic control. So, you know, a couple things, honestly, like this is so good. You're so talented, Eradicate Sin. You're so talented. You're such a beast of a producer and a musician. You should be so proud of what you're doing. So for me, it's like, what are some really small polish points to kind of tighten up the structure that you have, whether it's dynamic control for the vocal, levels, amplitude of the vocal, whether it's like resonance of the guitars, little things like that, because there's so much that I love about this that I think just needs like a little bit of polish to really, really get it to the industry standard, man. And you're so talented. I see some of y'all coming in. Thank y'all so much for joining the live stream. I appreciate it. We are closed. I'm opposite of my screen. We're closed for today. We will open up the lines again tomorrow. If you would like to send in your music, if you would like a detailed long form 20 to 30 minute deep dive into your song, your production, whatever it may be. If you want to get a full detailed consultation, just definitely make sure that you're following. We'll open up the lines again tomorrow afternoon Central Time. As quick. There, right here. Okay, so yeah, 209. Yeah, again, you're in a more like high, comfortable, belted range in your vocal right here. It just gets really loud. I think some of it is levels. I think some of it's levels. I think, and this stacks, since now you have more support on this like hook right here. You have more support. There's more vocals in at different registers. There's just more energy in the vocal mix, right? So you probably just could take all of that down 2 or 3 dB. Right here's where it starts to stand out, and or probably a little bit of both, pull it down 2 dB, as well as a little bit more dynamic range control through compression, just strategic compression to tighten that up a little bit. But this is where I started hearing it. I was like, most of that early section is really nice.
Devil's eyes will not win. Eradicate sin. Die on the cross, be blessed.
Nasty.
Before we catch a life in this, repent from the sin of life beneath this. His will, he wants this. Should be
so crazy. It's so crazy that what you're able to do with your vocal, man. It's just nasty. It's so crazy. It's such a skill set. What's up, Joseph? Nah, the scream is so cool. There's the boost. It's this stack here of like 3 or 4 that's where it starts to make that vocal feel even more prominent. So if you're going to add layer on layer on layer, you might want to like add the layer and then automate a volume dip of like a dB and a half on a vocal aux or something, a vocal bus, something like that, to make sure that as you add 3 or 4, obviously going from 1 scream and then adding in like 4 screams in different registers, obviously it's going to increase the energy quite a bit. So if you're going to increase energy by stacking, you probably just need to be strategic with automation of your volume so that it's so you're not like just adding levels and adding volume, right? Like in the same way, like you have, maybe a double track rhythm guitar right here. If you just decided to like add 2 more guitars in there, obviously it'd get a lot louder, but just having so many more layers, especially if it's in a different register, 2 more lead guitars, it would get louder. You'd have to control that. Same thing with the vocals. If you're going to add like, you have a low guttural, like false chord scream, if you're going to go into like a high fry or something like that and add 3 more layers of screams, your amplitude's going to increase for sure. So it's just controlling that as you build in those new sounds and those new sonics. So, dude, you're doing so many amazing things here. It's just a little bit of control, a little bit of polish, but dude, you're an amazing, amazing musician and vocalist. I can only dream of being able to do something like that with my voice, man. It's so crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Y'all give it up one time. Give it up one time for the family. Give it up one time for Eradicate Sin. That is the title track. So the artist is Eradicate Sin, and the name of the song is Eradicate Sin. This just came out about 2.5 weeks ago, it looks like. So please show some love and support to Eradicate Sin right here in the chat. I'm sorry, first time here, but after that, could you explain to me how to make the vocals blend more with the instruments? So there's a couple things that you can do. And I can dig in this. I can make some videos on this too. A lot of it has to do with your EQing and your position. What's happening here is some of it is just levels, right? Some of it is just that the vocals are so much louder over some of the production structure that even just blending them down a little bit, turning them down by 2 dB or so to help connect it to the production a little bit more. And then also having things glued together with like a very tasteful glue compression at like 2 dB on your buses helps things feel like they're more under the same umbrella, right? It's like if you have if you have 40 tracks on a production and a vocal, right? And you have 40 tracks all just going straight to the master, there's nothing to kind of put them under the same processing umbrella. But if I take 4 vocals and I send them to a vocal bus and I compress them, I saturate them, I EQ them there, then I can put them all under the same like sonic umbrella. So they feel like tied together. They feel glued together. And then same with the drums, same with the guitars. You bust all of those out and you control them and you send them to the master. And then the other thing that I would do oftentimes, I do this almost with every single production, probably with every single production, is tasteful mid-side processing. This is really important if you're trying to fit in your vocal over a production. This is really important if you're working with 2 tracks. Like if you're a rapper, an R&B artist, you're working with like YouTube beats or BeatStars leases, and you're having to fit your vocal over a 2 track, it can be challenging because you have a vocal and a beat and they're not connected at all. You can't really fit them into the production, right? So mid-side processing you can do. I use FabFilter for this. There's other ones that you can do. But with FabFilter, basically what I would do is on the production itself, on like an instrument bus, I would carve some space where most of the fundamental frequency of the vocal sits. In most cases, that's like between 600 hertz and 1,000 hertz, 1,200 hertz. In the center channel, in the middle channel, so I'm doing mid and side processing. In the center channel, I'm going to take energy from the production where the vocal sits in mono in the center, where most of the vocal is, in the frequency range of where most of the vocal is. And then sometimes what I'll do in order to increase a little bit more openness and width in the outside is I will then replace that frequency in stereo in the side channels. So I'll take some of the energy out of the production, out of those middle, and I'll increase it in the outside of the mix a little bit higher. That way you still get a really full production, but the center channel at the frequency where the vocal sits has space for it to exist there. That's a great way to just like tuck that vocal into the mix and make it feel really connected to the production, even if you're working off of 2 tracks. But same goes for if I have like an instrument bus, a guitar bus. Like in this case, you could have like a guitar bus that has a lot of mids, right? It has a lot of where, like the guitars fill a very similar frequency profile to where the vocals are going to sit. So it can be nice to carve some space out of that, give it to the vocal in the middle of the mix while you still hear wide, powerful vocals, but that vocal still shines right in the middle. It makes it really, really connected. So that's one way that you can definitely do that. Should the vocal be more loud than the instruments? To an extent, yes. You want it over the top, because if the instruments are drowning it out, then you're going to lose your message. You're going to lose control, right? So you do want to make sure that the vocal is louder, but how loud depends on the style, depends on the genre, and also depends on the song. One thing that I always recommend people is if you have a really powerful production, Rory, thank you for the follow. If you have a really powerful production with a lot of layers, make sure that your vocal has support in the mix, right? So your vocal then needs layers to be able to compete. If you have in this case, you got a metal track like this or a progressive rock track, like if you've got quad-tracked rhythm chugs of guitars plus a double-tracked lead guitar and distorted bass and a heavy synth that's bending, and then 12 drum mics on a crazy double kick doing blast beats. That's a lot of energy to compete with. And then you have like a mono vocal doing like a clean lead over hook. It can't compete, right? So either you just have to turn it up so loud that it feels disconnected, or we need to find a way to tuck it into the production structure and give it support. So that's where layering your vocal can be really important. If you have massive amounts of layers to your production, you should probably layer your vocals so that it can compete with that amount of noise and that amount of energy. So that's where I think layers come in. That way, if you layer properly, you don't have to pursue as much loudness out of just that mono lead vocal in the middle. You can support it by stacks on the left and the right, a double of the vocal next to it, stuff like that. Okay, let's keep it moving. Shout out to Eradicate Sin one more time. Love and appreciate you, man. Really, really enjoy what you do, man. You're such an incredibly talented musician. You should just be wildly proud of the amount of work that you put into your craft, man. What y'all just heard, they do all of it. They do all of it. So they, start to finish, production, guitar, drums, bass, vocals, all those different scream layers, the mix and master, they did it all themselves. Crazy talent. That is not an easy thing to do, specifically in that genre. Not easy to do. We've got, I believe, John in the building. We got Salmon right here. So let me pull this up. We got 2 tracks here. So what we do, John, when we're doing a back-to-back, typically speaking, if you have any issue that needs work at all, typically it's the same for everything. Like if someone has a really harsh vocal with a ton of sibilants, they probably have that on all of their tracks, So I'm going to listen to both tracks, boom, boom, back to back, and then we'll break down any issues or celebrate some things that you're doing really well through all of these different elements. There is John right there in the chat, John Salmon. So definitely show some love and support. That's who we're about to listen to. These are our last 2 artists, y'all. Last 2 artists, and then we're out of here. These are the first 2 tracks on my upcoming album. Let's get it. Let's get it. We're going to run the first one here. These are just on SoundCloud right now. Both are very unique vibes that the rest of the album combines more. Beautiful. I love it. Talk to me about your role in the music. Talk to me about what you do. Is this all you start to finish, just like we were just talking about with Eradicate? Or are you working with producers? Are they BeatStar releases? Are they, whatever it may be? Talk to me. Everything's you. Fabulous. G-Core, yes, the lines are, or is it G-Core? Yeah, G-Core. Lines are closed for today, but we are going to be live again tomorrow. We will open up the lines for more consultations tomorrow. We will dive into the details of your music for about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. So definitely make sure anybody in here who wants to submit or likes what we're doing here, just make sure that you're following either here, YouTube, or over on Twitch. All right, let's get into a red or purple app. Sorry, TikTok. Everything is Rubbo. Welcome in. Good to see you. John said everything is you. So start to finish, mix, master, production, structure, vocals. Beautiful. I did. I said the cursed word, John. John, have I heard your music before? Your name seems super familiar. Your name seems super, super familiar, but maybe I haven't heard it before. Do you prefer the tracks printed around -18 for optimal headroom? I'll say it kind of depends on what I'm working with, Rubba. I say I probably typically float around 15. If I'm honest, I'm typically floating around 15. I feel like I still have plenty of headroom, especially like digitally, you can open up quite a bit. If you have decent control, it also depends on the source going in. So if it's an uncontrolled dry source going in, I'll probably bias more towards 18. If I have like any stage of compression, analog compression or anything going in, or any amount of like saturation or compression going in, then I think there's a little bit more leeway because you're coming in with a little bit of control over dynamic range already. But yeah, I mean, 18 is always safe. 18 is safe. It also depends on how noisy the source is. Like if it's a super noisy source, I might go in a little bit higher because if I'm gonna have to like boost and compress a lot and increase that noise floor quite a bit, gating is gonna be a nightmare. So for me, it obviously just depends on the source and what I'm printing. But I think 15 is like has always been pretty safe for me. 15 has always been kind of safe, but yeah, it depends on the source, depends on how it's processed going in. All right, let's get into it. It was a song called Planes. I'm going back and forth with TikTok and YouTube. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All right, let's get into it. You can listen on the Red app and then chat over here if you want to, because I know sometimes there's more people over here. All right, this is All About Cleaners is the name of this first song. We're closed. Tap in tomorrow, Rubba. Tap in tomorrow. I'm closed up today because I'm already later than I wanted to be. We'd had a crazy amount of submissions today, so I'm having to cap it. I have one more artist after this, and then I'll open up the line again tomorrow. But today I have to be closed because I got to get off and get dinner here in a minute. So tomorrow afternoon, not positive on the time, just keep an eye out. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll open up the lines again and we'll dive into it. Dude, I would love to hear what y'all are. I love when we get to hear other like producers and engineers and studios and stuff. It's some of my favorite. I love it. A lot of ambiance here. This is cool. I'm excited. I'm excited to break this down. They're a G-Core. They're long form consultations. So I'm going to back this up a little bit. Yeah, they're like 30-minute consultations. So producers, artists, musicians, engineers, vocalists, they send in their music. We spend 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes listening to it multiple times and breaking down the structure of the mix, production elements, sound design, lyric and song format, stuff like that. It was a song called Planes. Rob, I appreciate that a lot, man. I want to read from someone who actually knows it. Dude, yeah, I respect that a lot, man. I respect that a lot. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much for tapping in. Yeah, tap in tomorrow. Tap in tomorrow. It got crazy today, so line kind of went nuts today. Tap in tomorrow. I would absolutely love to break it down. Absolutely love to break it down. Okay. But this is. But have I heard you before? Salmon, let me know. Okay, yeah. That's what we were saying about Planes. Okay, got you. Sorry, I'm like bouncing between all the different chats over here. And so he's on the Red app too. So I'm like, wait, I'm like looking at this, and they're two different computers entirely. So I have like the Red app over here, and he's like, yes, before one time, and then over here it's like, yes, you heard me before one time. I'm like, oh god, I'm getting dizzy. It's chaos. It's chaos over here. Love it. Is this the intro? Is this track one? What are you using to produce this? All of this modulation. Yeah, I like it. It's a cool intro. Yeah, makes sense. The producer's dog. I need to get Ableton. I used to have it years and years ago. I used to do it to like program live stuff. I need to get it again. I would like to produce on Ableton. Pro Tools is fine, it's great, but yeah. 100%, Rubba, 100%. What in the world? Okay, man. Okay, I'm excited to break this. I'm excited to dig into this a little bit. This is super interesting. That's the intro. That's the intro right there. But we're gonna get into the second track here, and then I want to go into it. So is this track 1 and 2? So is that the intro into what this next song is gonna be? This is interesting. I like this. I'm excited. I'm excited to hear this next track. One of my high school friends make this type of music. Let's go. All right, this is Monsters, same artist. Brilliant, nice, that's smart. These are so short, Salmon, they're short. It's like a minute and a half. So is this a sonic flow straight into it? Like does the last one flow straight into this one sonically? Let me hear the intro again. Let me hear the outro here. Jesus, what the hell was that? A One Direction remix? Why did it do that track next? Okay. No, dude, no, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. Honestly, this stuff is like great for content. This is the kind of stuff that like people will use in content. It blows up on TikTok and then goes crazy. Sorry, repost this song. It just automatic. No, it's not your fault. You're fine. I was like, all of a sudden I was like vibing. I was like, is this the end of the song? Does it transition? Then I was like, what the fuck? Okay, let me go back to the second one here. Monsters. I want to listen to this one from the top. I'm just wondering if you usually build your mix clean and add glue later. Yeah, typically. I typically start, if I'm, I guess it depends on if I'm building the production from scratch, because that might be a little bit more chaotic. So if I'm the producer and the engineer, which happens oftentimes, like a lot of clients come to me and I do the whole thing for them, start to finish, just because I am also a producer and session musician. So if I'm doing my own thing, then my tracking process is going to be at the whim of my inspiration, right? So where I might like just pull in something randomly. Oh, I actually want to switch it to this space, and I plug in and I do it randomly. If I'm getting multi-track from another artist, if I'm getting the track outs from another artist, I'll do a dry mix first. So I'll drop it in there. I'll gain stage. I'll clip gain. I'll smooth out everything. I'll do manual tuning, and I'll dry mix and position everything to where the dry mix is where I want it to be. And then I'll bus, glue, and then start like a process mix. So I typically have like 2 stages before I get into kind of the process mix of like getting into like affecting things a little bit more, keenly, multi-stage compression and stuff like that. But I usually just start gain staging, clip gaining, positioning, and then just like quality standards. So like if there's popping in the vocal, if there's background noise, if I need to take care of, early sibilance and then print it, and then manual tuning on Melodyne if the vocal requires it, stuff like that. I'll do all of that first and dry, and then I'll drop everything in there. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I love it. I mean, I just geek out on this stuff. I love it. Okay. Yes, stay over here, because I'm getting dizzy too, John. I'm going back and forth between multiple things. I'm like seeing him over here, and I'm like, oh wait, that's John over here. Okay, let's run it from the top. Helios, welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing, man. I have not. This is all your voice too, right, John? Beef, thank you for the follow on the Purple app too. I appreciate you. Nice. Becky, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I like the picking pattern here too. It's got good movement, good phrasing.
I've been told that the air is still. You don't know that the palace is no. I see fiction like bees on.
And then Annie, you're about to close this out, so make sure you're hanging out. It depends on the artist and what they're going for. I pretty much build from scratch every time, though. I feel like sometimes it throws me off. It really depends, though. Every mix for me is very isolated. I'll tell you why, too, in a sec. Show some love. Jesus. The fuck? God damn. This autoplay is killing me. Yeah, show some love. God, why does it keep doing that? Show some love. Show some love. That is John Salmon. We're going to, Isle of Salmon is John here in the chat over on the red or TikTok. Apps, y'all show some love. I'm excited about this. I really want to dig into this production. One of the reasons why, Rubba, references are not my favorite thing. They can be a great tool, and oftentimes, no, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just like vibing with this chill song, and then it's just crazy. One of the reasons why, Rubba, is because oftentimes the reference isn't really what the artist wants, is what in my experience, right? And oftentimes you can pigeonhole yourself in pursuing sound design choices and mixing choices and processing choices that are actually not what even the artist had in mind when they were picking a reference. So like someone will like send me like, oh, like I love this Post Malone song, I love this John Bellion song, and all they actually like is the retune speed on their vocal. You know what I mean? Like they like that it's like a slightly transparent but pretty auto-tuned vocal at like 10 to 15 milliseconds. And so that's the reference. But then I'm hearing all of these other details in the mix that they haven't communicated well about, and they're not even necessarily something, or it could be the opposite. They are building a production for them, and so they send me a Kid Laroi track or something like that. And so I'm hearing this whole thing and I'm starting to build a production, but really they actually just like the way his auto-tune settings are and like the way his voice sounds in the mix. They don't really care for some of the production elements. So I built in some like sampled acoustic drums, but that's not what they want. So references to me, it's like, it's important to like, for one, communication is huge. So when I am talking with a client about a reference track and they're like, I really like this artist and I want to sound like this, I try to be really clear with what they like about it. That's easy questions like that. Like they might say like, I really love this Aurora track or something like that. I really love this Galdives track. And I'll be like, what about that track do you like? Do you like the filtered samples in the background? Like, do you like this kind of like, 50s character vinyl texture? Do you like that it's lo-fi? Do you like that it's whatever it may be? To hone in on what it is about this production structure or vocal mix do you actually enjoy? So I'm not just trying to recreate this random reference, right? So I feel like for me, it really comes down to just good communication with the artist, good communication with like any co-producers and stuff to make sure that when you're hearing a reference, the things that you're mirroring are actually what you want to be mirrored. For the scratches, bro, I'll bleed forward. Let's go, Beck. Absolutely, especially when venturing into your own. Yeah, 100%. Like I did that with I produced a progressive metal track, which is I've done that a couple times, but it's not like the thing I do all the time. For an artist a couple months ago, and I had to run into that same thing where they're like, I really like Sleep Token, I really like this artist. I'm like, okay, what about that? Right? Like, do you like that it's washed and reverb? Do you like that it's synth heavy? Do you like these metal drums, or do you want to go heavier? Do you want to go harder? Like dissecting what they like about a certain artist helps you because in this case I was the producer, not the engineer, just the producer on it. And I'm like, what about this do you like, so that I know what to recreate and what to shy away from? Because you're not trying to be that artist, but you're taking inspiration from it. So I want to make sure that I'm producing something that lines up. Okay, let's get into this, John. It's time. I want to run into this intro really quick. I'm just going to dive into it for a second. I think it's a really interesting intro, but I like it a lot. I really do. I like the introduction of like some Foley almost in the background, like, like fluttering and like almost like bird noises. So it's a lot of ambiance, a lot of, you said atmosphere in tandem with acoustic instrumentation. I like it a lot. It's very organic. Like I feel like I could see like the music. I feel like I could like see the music video already, or like an intro to a movie. Like this sounds like, I feel like some like period piece indie movie or something. I can see it, which is cool. I like being able to visualize the music. I love it. Yeah, everything's super reflective. There's a ton of flutter and movement. With these allergies, no way. I can't sing anything with these allergies. That's so beautifully kind. I love you. Okay, I'm gonna back this up a little bit. Let me tell you one thing I kind of want to hear. Let me hear your initial guitar introduction. So you kind of have like this walk, this like 2 semitone walk, right? Between this. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, with like the 6 on it. Ooh, I like that a lot. Yeah, you have a great movement on your chords right here. Is it centered on pan or bouncing between? The main bubble of noise is centered, but there's a lot of like modulation, like phasing and chorus and like some shimmer in the background that is bouncing around a little bit. So the image is not accurate on TikTok. The compression is just horrible. If you go to the Red app, YT, it's at my profile if you want to. Hop on over there. It's much better audio. It's uncompressed audio and a better visual. It'll sound dramatically different. It's so much better on this other app. But yeah, you can hear there's a big blob of like noise and modulation in the middle, and then you get some flutters on the outside. It's really nice, honestly. So I would love. Here's one thing. There are some parts you have some crazy like modulation and panning on, great automation. Once this builds up a little bit, my brain, you don't have to do this, ignore it, because if it's not your vision, I don't want you to do it. But my brain wants to hear like a sub bass come in on the progression when things build up a little bit. Like I want to hear just like a just like kicking underneath, and like that kind of fades in when this like main hit comes in a little bit later on here. But obviously, if that's not the vision that you have, one of the reasons why is like I feel like you could make this really dramatically inflated and then shoot, like suck the air out of the room before you push your last little outro right there. Just as an idea, just tossing it out there. The panning is super interesting. Just for the sake of being annoying and throwing one on there, I'm going to pull up one. I'm going to pull up a sub bass just so we can, just so you hear what I'm talking about. And again, as always, feel free to ignore everything that I say and do what you think is more creatively fulfilling and in line with what you want to do. Synth bass is subsonic 2, filtered down. That's a piano. That's a bass. Yeah, if you're going through the trios, which are beautiful, fabulous, congrats on those. I have focals in here as well, but they're not the trios. They're the Alpha 65s, I think, the baby brothers to the trios. I would love a 3-way speaker. I just don't have the funds to upgrade them right now. If I do have the opportunity to upgrade, I would probably get either Trio 6s or Barefoot 1s. I do really like the openness of a 3-way. It makes such a massive difference. I just have the Alpha 65s now, but I don't really mix on them too much. I use these to mix usually, the focal clears, just because it's accurate for me no matter where I am. I can travel the world and it's the same reference every time, which I like. And these are they sound amazing. I do mostly when I'm doing like production edits or like early vocal edits through the speakers. Okay. Oh, really? What was your reasoning behind changing? Because I know people that have both. I mean, they're both probably like, those are probably 2 of the most popular 3-way speakers right now. I have 2 people, or I know a lot of people that have both of those and that are obsessed with both of them for different reasons. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna just like, I'm gonna see what happens here. Like that. Ooh. Let off the gas for a second. I don't know. For me, it's like even just a moment, right? I don't know. There's something about even just having that for a second, having it for literally like 4 counts. Like just do the D to the C for 4 counts and then let off the gas and let it be noisy again. And then maybe do it one other time. I'll look at the waveform, maybe do it one other time. There's something about just creating a mass amount of depth, just a crazy amount of depth, and then letting off the gas that I think I think it makes the intro not just noisy and ethereal and have a lot of atmosphere, but it actually gives it some weight. It gives it some heaviness, which I think is really, really cool. I'm going to back it up. I'm going to try that one more time. Mastering and for large dynamic mixes that need to be heard without compression, masking or artifacts. It makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I work as a mixing and mastering engineer, but it's a smaller percentage of my business than like full scale productions and session work is. And so I still am doing it a little bit every day. I probably take on, I would say, 6 mixes a month or something like that. But it's a smaller percentage of what I do. So that's why I got the alphas initially too. Because for me, just being able to produce in this room and have things loud and have a good bass response and have them sound good as I'm making them, especially with a lot of synth work that needs a lot of, healthy inflated low end. It was nice to have something like that for like $1,000 for the pair. They're cheap. And so that's nice compared to, $4 or $5 grand for a pair of barefoots or something like that. But yeah, if I biased more on the mastering side, if I had like a mastering analog setup, and that was the vast majority of what I did, even though I still do some, if I did the vast majority of it, I would have to invest in a much more clean, accurate in-room setup. But right now, I can do it on these pretty easily. These are more expensive than the monitors that I have in my room. Okay, let's run this back one more time, John. Let's run this back one more time. Like, let all of this build up. I want to build up some steam first. Let it build up. Let it inflate a little bit here. Sound design's crazy. Yeah, it makes sense. Let off the gas here. Let off the gas here. I think you can do it differently than I'm doing it. It's just finding moments like that to create more depth. If you create more depth previous to this, then it'll matter more when you clean it up. If it's just noisy before, it's one thing. But if this is heavy right here, and then you let off the gas, it's more dynamically different. It's dramatically different depth. So interesting. So interesting. Facts. Facts. Now on this guitar right here, the way that I'm assuming you're approaching this intro is drama, right? This is crazy. It's a crazy sounding. It's drama. It's massive sounding. It's a wall of noise and sound. There's tons of automation curves. You have all of this these long form like paced delay throws that are just launching out. They're it's crazy. It sounds nuts. And so I want the opposite of that to be even more intimate. So when you come down to this acoustic guitar right here, I would stray away from it being too boomy because I really do like the idea that there's a lot of contrast right there. And when it comes in, there's still a lot of low end in this acoustic. You hear a lot of there's still a lot of low mids and some mud right there between 100 and 300 hertz. Just do a soft bell curve right there, 100 and 300 hertz. Lower it lightly, not to where it's thin and tinny, but just lower it enough to where it opens up that guitar a little bit more. Even if you don't brighten it, still kind of low fidelity. Lower it just enough between 100 and 300 hertz so you pull some of that mud away so that there's a huge contrast and dynamics between this high moment and this last little movement right here. You could also EQ that the reverb a little bit too, depending on the reverb that you're using. If it's like a Valhalla verb, then cut some of that low end out up to 120 hertz, 150 hertz, so that the reverb is really only responding to anything over that. I think that would be helpful. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the gold boxing as well. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that. Little things like that. Okay, let's get into monsters. John, because this is a little bit more of a song structure here. Dragonfly verb. There you go. There you go. So yeah, if within the verb you can do a little bit of EQing on there, or if you have it on an aux, depending on how you have it structured, then you can EQ it on the aux. Like you'd add a reverb on its own bus, and then of course you can just EQ that actual reverb to cut some of the mud out of it. But for starters, you want to make sure that the source itself isn't muddy. Make sure the source isn't muddy, so that you can feed it into that with a little bit more clarity. The less muddy the source is, the less mud there is to reflect for the next 7 seconds of that huge reverb. Jesus, why is it playing that again? God, why does that keep playing? All right, let's go, Rocks. I love it. What advice do you have for someone who started producing house music less than 2 weeks ago? I mean, gut reaction is just, you have to do it at scale. Anything that you want to get good at, you've got to do it at scale. So if you started 2 weeks ago, start producing and learning skills and understanding your DAW and the formats and stuff like that at scale. You got to do it a lot. You don't get good at producing any genre, but much less something electronic like that, by doing 10 beats and like producing 2 tracks a month and releasing them. You need to be like making a little bit of a beat every day and just get great at it, right? Like just put a little bit of time aside, 20, 30 minutes, and get ultra familiar with your DAW, with quick keys, with stuff like that. The more comfortable you are with the tools that you're using, the more freedom you'll have to create, with nuance and creatively. So yeah, I would just, my gut reactions, you've been doing it for 2 weeks, do it at scale. Produce a lot. Star, thank you for the follow. You got to make a lot of music to get good at it. I mean, I can't tell you how many thousands of productions I just have made or done, or ideas that I've put out or not put out, just created in order to create and try things and learn and get better. Thousands of productions, and have only put out a small amount, right? Or actually worked with a smaller percentage of that is actually artist, right? You got to do stuff at scale if you want to get good at it. 10 years in and still learning. Facts. Yeah, same thing. I've been doing music largely my whole life in some capacity, not always professionally, but in some capacity my whole life. And anything that you do it at scale, and aim to understand the language and understand the tools before you fall for hype. Like before you start buying a bunch of plugins and new instruments and stuff like that. If you don't understand your stock plugin, don't get FabFilter. If you don't understand your stock compressor, don't invest in UAD. Understand the language and understand the structure first, and then there's millions of dollars you can spend on plugins later. Okay, line is closed, y'all. I appreciate y'all so much for tapping in. The line is closed, though. We're going to open up the lines again tomorrow afternoon, Central Time. So definitely make sure that y'all are following. We will open up the lines for more consultations tomorrow. I got to close out here, and I'm going to close up here in a few minutes.
Filled with
Your vocal here, I like the rawness, right? So like it is very raw. I want to maintain as much of that transparency and that organic texture in your vocal as possible, while still creating enough space for it to exist in the mix. Because right now it's kind of disguised, partially intentionally, I think, but disguised a little bit by some of the processing, right? And so same with the acoustic guitar, we need to carve a little bit of space in that low end, especially where a lot of that mud exists. 100 to 300 hertz, a little bit below and above that can help as well. But largely speaking, 100 to 300 hertz. I'm addicted to muddy vocals. It's a problem. So here's what I would say. It's, creativity, art is subjective kind of a thing, but I think you have to pick and choose where, because muddy isn't inherent. I mean, Phineas O'Connell talks about this in Producing Bad Guy, where they intentionally like overinflated and like muddied up the 808 on that song to just make it crazy. It's like too loud. Like it's louder than all of the engineers wanted it to be. They said, no, we want it this way. So in that case, you have some freedom to do interesting things, right? If you want to have a little bit of a muddy or boomy vocal, you can. What I would recommend is to probably make sure that you pick and choose where you allow that to execute in your mix, right? If everything's just muddy and reflective, and boomy, then you just have no separation or distinction between any of the elements in your mix, and it just sounds like a blob of sound. You just hear a song that is reverb. Zenny is a masterclass on vocal engineering. Phineas is crazy. He's a beast. Thank you for the follow, Rox. I appreciate you. So what I would do is pick and choose where you want mud. So if you want a reflective, roomy, bouncy guitar that's bouncing off the walls and it just sounds like a wall of reflection and echo in the background, it sounds all over the place in the background right there, then feel free to do that. But I would probably clean up your lead vocal then. I would probably carve some of that space in your vocal, pull some of the mud away from 100 to 300 hertz, maybe open up the top end of your vocal by just 2 dB or so to give you a little bit more energy in the top end and allow the lead vocal to sit over the top while your backgrounds and your guitar is a little boomier and ethereal and roomy and stuff like that. I would focus on just picking and choosing. Otherwise, they're all going to step on each other's toes, and you're just going to get this wall of reverb that's bouncing around, right? So I would just focus in a little bit, or vice versa. Maybe you need to clean up the guitars a little bit and let the vocal be a little bit boomier and ethereal, and you don't really care about the clarity of the vocal. You just want the vibe of it feeling bouncy in there. But you got to kind of decide that for yourself creatively, first and foremost, and then decide, what needs to be cleaned up. Personally, as a listener of the music, as an audience to your music, I want to hear your lead vocal. So I would prefer for you to carve some space. I would probably high pass at about 80, 90 dB on your lead. If you want to clean up your backgrounds a little bit, sometimes I'll high pass a little bit farther on my backgrounds because I don't need a lot of the same low end information in stereo if I'm double tracking left and right. So on your lead vocal, maybe high pass at like 80, 90 hertz. On the backgrounds, maybe I'll push 100, 120 hertz, depending how clean I want it. And then use that 100 to 300 hertz pocket right there, forward or down, in order to control increasing or decreasing some of that mud and boominess in the vocal. Background, sometimes I'll clean up a little bit more because I don't need all of this other information, right? Like the lead vocal's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So I don't need a bunch of low end information in stereo there. So sometimes I'll clean up the backgrounds a little bit more and then leave a little bit more weight and body and presence in the lead vocal, just depending on what you want to do. We already talked about the reverbs in the background. Perfect, John. I love it. And also keep in mind, John, these are all recorded. So as soon as this live stream is done, there will be a 4-hour recording of this entire live stream that you can go back and reference everything and take notes and screen record, post, whatever you want to do. You can always reference these. All of these VODs are saved. Every single live stream is saved to the Red app. You can just literally go to the playlist that says Track Talk live stream. There's a playlist that says Track Talk live stream. Every single one is right there. At least since I started doing that. So there's like 47 of them there, even though I've done thousands, or hundreds of these streams, not thousands. Okay. Let me go a little bit deeper here, but yeah, the processing structure on the vocal. Line is closed. John, I have one more track after this. So, John's, yours will be saved for the next time you're able to come in. So I think, Bobby, John, and Gutter Pixie, and a couple others, y'all will be saved for, if you can come in tomorrow, awesome. I'll be live again tomorrow. You can definitely tap in then. But any time that you're able to come in. So I have a detailed list of everyone's name and credit that came through the live stream that weren't listened to, because sometimes people have to leave. They got to eat, sleep, work, do other stuff. Or I have to get off at the end of the live stream. So I always make sure to save their name to that list. And then literally whenever, if it's a week from now, if it's tomorrow, the day after, next time you're able to come in, just let me know. And I'll throw you straight back up on the board. You'll be ready to go. And sometimes if it doesn't get as crazy as it did today, you might be much farther up on the board, depending on when you come in too. So I got you no matter what. All right, let me try to finish up these last few tracks here. Okay.
Would you tell me if you don't know that the palace is no, I see fiction like bees on my spine.
You start to hear how those vocals will be stepping on each other's toes a little bit there. And that's where also, again, like I mentioned with a mix earlier, I think Rebel, we were talking about it, where I get into my positioning early on. So like some of these vocals, you're doing ad libs and loops of these vocals kind of right in line with that lead vocal. So you have your lead vocal singing in the middle, and then like right next to that lead vocal, there's like other vocals that are kind of singing in the same space, but doing different things. And so the brain doesn't even really know where to look, right? It's kind of like, wait, what do I sing? Like, that's what I'm always thinking about when I'm writing songs too, is like, what do I want people singing with me? Like, what am I, because whenever you create a song like this, you're telling people what to sing. You know what I mean? Like whenever you write these melodies, you are telling, whether you have 1 million monthly listeners, or you have 48 monthly listeners, you are telling these people what to sing. So what are you telling them to sing? So in this case, when there's a lot of melodies that are stepping on each other's toes, I would focus on positioning in the mix, right? So I would probably get these other layers maybe to the outside a little bit and then back in the mix just slightly, so that lead melody can take a little bit more prominence with a little bit more clarity and separation. So that, again, the consumer, me, I know what to sing with you as I learn the song and fall in love with what you're doing creatively and stuff like that. Can I see your studio? Flip the camera. It's an actual camera, so I can't flip it. It's like 5 feet away from me over here. I can post some videos on it. I'm in the middle of rearranging it right now. Rubba. It's kind of crazy in here. It's about like 20 feet long, 19 feet long, 12 feet wide, something like that. But I'm in the middle of redoing it right now. So it's kind of chaotic in here. I gotta get my guitars mounted and get my amps in the right place. Welcome in from Italy. Appreciate you hopping in. Lines closed for today, y'all, but we're gonna open them up here pretty soon. But yeah, once I get to, no, I just do it all in here. I do it all in here. I have panels. I have a cloud, a double cloud overhead, and then panels on either side, and then theater curtains on the side. And so I track everything right here. Thank you for the roses, Adrian. I appreciate you a lot. Yeah, no dedicated. I'm in a rental a house right now, so we're just renting a house, and then I transformed this family room over here, this isolated family room, into just a home studio, and that's what I have built out. And I prefer, and a lot of what I do remotely, and I do it all myself. And so for me, I keep everything in line. Yeah, of course, AZ. Any boxes for soundproof or amps? Nah, I let it ring in here. And I just, I'm doing everything myself in here. So I have a couple, like I have a Fender tube amp. I've got a Hartkey Kilo 1000-watt bass amp in here. And I typically just like mic type, but it's also a smaller space, so I don't have to go as loud. And then I can do some variable wattage if I need to on one of my other tube amps, my Bugera tube amp. I can do variable wattage so that I can push the tubes a little bit lower. So I can go to like 5 watts and turn it up higher to get the tube breakup and get a little bit more out of it without having to go quite as loud. But no, I just let it ring in here. If I ever like build a house or actually do like, elevated floor and isolated room, then I'll do maybe a little bit more of that. But since we're just renting right now, there's only so much I'm able to do in here. Thank you so much for the rose, Adrian. I appreciate you a lot. Okay, let me get to the outro real quick. I gotta move, y'all. Jesus. See, like right there, we get a huge inflation from the acoustic guitar, and then that vocal just dives way into the background of the mix. So we just need separation. We need control. Those are all the things that I would focus on here. Y'all show some love to John. John, I appreciate you so much. Adrian, thank you for the love. I appreciate it. I gotta move it at a quicker pace here. That was Monsters by Isle of Salmon, and then we also got the album intro from Isle of Salmon as well. I'm so excited for you to move through these, John. You're a very, very, very talented individual. You're a creative producer. You're really, really good on Ableton too, man. You're very, very talented. So I'm excited for you to dig into largely like separation, vocal production, and like the positioning and balancing, gain staging of your mix. Because you got a lot of talent, man, and a ton of potential. I think people will really fall in love with the creativity. The quality to me is secondary, to be honest. The creativity, the song itself, the creativity that you use, to me, matters more than anything. You can have like a really, really creative, amazing, interesting song that people fall in love with a terrible mix. And then they boost it on TikTok. Everyone's sharing it. They're sending it to everybody. And it could be someone who's like literally just like sitting with a guitar on a sidewalk and the song goes crazy. Sometimes they even release a studio version and people don't like it because they wanted the raw thing, right? So like you have good structure. You have interesting vocals. You have like really creative elements in your music. So that to me matters more. That taste matters more than anything. So pursue that. Now it's just fine tuning the quality and kind of the polish of the mix and stuff like that. But if you have a terrible song, a great mix isn't going to fix it. You know what I mean? I've worked on some terrible songs and given them great mixes and it doesn't do anything, right? It gets 25 streams. And so it's like you really want to make sure that you are focused on song structure. And I think you do a great job of building your structure. It's really interesting. Annie, we're closing it out. We're closing it out. Let's close it out right here, y'all. This is our last one. Once again, the lines are closed. We are going to be live again tomorrow. So if you are wanting to do a consultation like we're doing here and get into the details of your music over a 20 to 30 minute breakdown multiple times through your song, then go to my profile. You can read details there on the link. But we will open up the lines again tomorrow. So you can definitely submit then if you would like to. Just make sure that you're following either on YouTube, Twitch, or here on TikTok. Let's get into it. This is Annie with the comma. Let's get into it. I've sent some credit over to Poop. Got you. Here's a more jazzy and stylized song for me. I have such mixed feelings if I should release this as 2 versions, one orchestral and one more pop, or just one original version that may risk the audience I get from releasing. Okay, nice. Please let me know what you think. We're still in the adjustment stage of all of the production. Beautiful. Let's get into it. This is Cellophane by Andy. I think is it featuring someone else or is that just the producer? Wrote this myself and made the bass production that took it to a producer I trust to work. Beautiful. Is that Tyler or is there another vocal on there? Let's dive into it. Appreciate you, Andy. I'm excited. Last one, y'all. Okay, nice.
I spent $50 last winter to be told so much about my future. A life fully lived, but nobody to be with. Got a lot
So we'll mainly focus on production structure here because it's not going to be mixed yet. We're closed, Adrian. We're closed. We're closed. Tomorrow. Tap in tomorrow. Tap in tomorrow.
Chasing dreams, imagining feelings for a future.
Because even if I did one more song, there's like 16 other people in line that I would have to get to.
I haven't discovered, been wondering if there's a new meaning to the love I've seen in all these movies.
Let's go. Yeah, I could so see that. I could so see that.
You make me feel safer in a world made of paper. When it rains, you'll remain like cellophane. But rain turns to vapor and I'll start to steam. When it rains, you'll remain my cellophane.
I really like the production too. Brushes.
It's kind of hard for me to differ between a friendly rapport and the things I fall for. What did you mean?
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
I miss her.
Both of y'all. Thank you for the follow.
Was it just a passing thought?
I love that.
Maybe something you say a lot. Been chasing dreams, imagining feelings for a future I haven't discovered. Been wondering if there's a new meaning to the love I've seen in all these movies. So when I met you last summer, your smile melts my skin.
Let's go. Shout out to Annie. If anybody's in the chat, the artist that is singing right here is Annie right here in the chat.
Colors are, am I finally moving on, forgetting all my wrongs? You make me feel safer in a world made of paper. When it rains, you'll remain like cellophane. But rain turns to vapor and I'll start
Love the upright bass too.
when it rains, you'll remain my cellophane.
Yo, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Line is closed, but we're going to open it up tomorrow. We don't play popular artists. We play you. Or someone that you represent, someone that you're close to. If you make music or you represent someone that does, then you can submit. But we're gonna close for today. We'll open up the lines again tomorrow. So just make sure y'all are following, and we will open up the lines for tomorrow's stream tomorrow afternoon Central Time. I'm not positive on the exact time. I got to work on projects in the morning first. AJ, what's up? Welcome in. All right, let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. Got to move at a good pace. Shout out to Annie for sending this in. I know you said you're kind of in a dichotomy where you're trying to figure out. Dindero, welcome in. You're trying to figure out if you want to do a pop version and an orchestral version. I feel like you could kind of go the way that you were talking about. I also feel like, I think Ray is another artist that does a great job of this, of like building in some like more, Olivia Dean, like organic instrumentation, some like 50s, 60s sound design. Like, you get this like really contemporary feel to the music. And I think that's really engaging. And I think people really want that right now. Like if you look at a lot of the music that is like making moves right now, that is like really, really happening right now, it's a lot of like pretty natural instrumentation, real instruments, real like orchestral elements and stuff like that. Olivia Dean and Ray was a huge reference as well. Yeah, I love that. I think that's beautiful. So in my opinion, I think if you have like a a song that's like a superpower like that, where you have a great production and a great vocal structure, and it leans that direction, I would keep leaning that direction. I don't know if I would necessarily go pop with this. If anything, you could hand this off to like a lo-fi producer. I know a couple if you want them. Hello Sky is a great one. He's one of the family here. I know him very, very well. He's is an incredible lo-fi producer. He's super talented. He could take like your vocal and some of like the samples in the background of the brass and piano and turn that into kind of its own thing. He could do like a lo-fi remix of it. I think that, to me, and having another producer do splits and like get exposure on their space in their world, to me, would probably be more valuable than you doing a second version that's pop. Because I feel like I would lean into the orchestral side, the more cinematic side. I feel like you could get a lot of movement right there, and I feel like that's what people want. That's my personal opinion. Let's dive into it. Let's dig into a couple things. We'll talk about the production a little bit. I'm just a little worried because it's such a slow ballad compared to the high energy jazz Ray does. I mean, but everyone, it's because like you're taking influence from a couple different artists, and there are also other songs that Ray has. I don't know all the names because I'm not like the most familiar, detailed with her catalog. But there's songs that I have heard that are like slower. Everyone has those ballads that has those longer form songs and stuff like that. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Not every song has to be hype and be high energy to gain exposure. There's a lot of songs that especially that went like viral on TikTok that are slower paced, that are like, there's one that I'm thinking of right now. It was a transition song. I can't think of what it is. I could like see the videos in my mind, but there's a lot of songs that they're slower, they're more intimate, and they get like, even think of like Steven Sanchez. Like, he's another example of like 60s, 60s stuff, like 60s rock and roll, and like older like classic retro processing and aesthetic and stuff like that. And a lot of his songs like were slow. They were like slow, like 3/4, 6/8, waltzy like ballads and pretty acoustic and cinematic. And he blew up like crazy. He blew up like crazy off of like slower love songs and more vulnerable records and stuff like that. So I feel like you just got to find your space. You got to find your audience. I love his music. Whoever always give me hope to release more songs. Dude, I mean, yeah, think of her, think of Adele, think of Olivia Dean, think of Steven Sanchez. Like, there's so many artists. Love Dream Pop. Oh yeah, same. Me too. Like there's so many artists that have blown up like that. I think you just have to target, right? You just have to kind of hone in. And I think I would lean all the way in. Like if I were to do a song like this, I would lean all the way in. Cause I think if you're like halfway there, you will like try to make a song for everyone that everyone will enjoy. John, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for tapping in today. I appreciate you a lot, man. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Yeah, please do. Please do. I feel like if you go halfway and try to make it for everyone, everyone will be kind of happy with it. You won't really find your core audience. But I think you could lean in and really do something cool. And then if you want different versions, work with different producers to create different versions, like a lo-fi version or some other kind of a remix with it, right? A more like jazzy version. But I really like what you're doing here. So let's start it from the top. Let's dive into a couple quick little details, and then we'll close it up today. Love the harp in the background. Beautiful.
I spent $50 last winter to be told so much about my future. A life fully lived, but nobody to be with. Got a lot of luck, a lot of drive, a lot of spark to start a fire. But I burn so easy, I struggle to maintain the heat. Been chasing dreams, imagining feelings.
I almost feel like this could be like a musical movie. You know what I mean? Like there's something about it that I feel like could like be in like a really good like modern musical or something too. I think it's just like the pop controlled vocal over like a cinematic production. It's really engaging. I like it a lot.
Struggle to maintain the heat. Been chasing dreams, imagining feelings for a future I haven't.
There's something I'm listening for. I love it. I love that. I'm listening for. I'm going to talk about like annoying details, okay? Because this is what it's what my brain does. So these are like annoying details that you don't have to change. The producers don't have to change. I love this. I love like everything about this production. It's so cool. It's so cool. There's this is the tiniest detail. It might be just because I'm a drummer and I'm annoying, because my ear picks up on detail, and sometimes that doesn't necessarily always. It's not always a good thing. Sometimes I get too close, if you know what I mean. I get too close to the music. I'm too zoomed in that like I'm just hearing things that don't matter. I think there's like this beautiful brushes, right? It's like a very jazzy, it's very soulful. I love it. They're really nice, like brush, like snare brush swirls that are happening in the background. I love that. Beautiful, gorgeous. That with the piano and the all the stuff, the strings, the harp, beautiful. But then I think there's a sample of a real of an acoustic snare in there. It's this tiny detail, and the acoustic snare sounds, at least to me, I could be wrong, obviously, but the acoustic snare sounds to me like it's stick. So it's probably just like a really soft acoustic snare brought in from Splice or something, which is fine. I use Splice for one shots if I need to too, but that's not the problem. It's that you have like a brush swirl, and then like it sounds like a stick, and that stick then feels like heavier than everything else. It's so small. It's so small. Play it.
Discovered, been wondering if there's a new meaning to the love I've seen in
You don't hear it as much of the hook. I think it's mainly the verse. I'm going to try to find the verse.
made like
Here.
cellophane, but rain turns to vapor and I'll start to steam when
Yeah.
it rains.
That's what I'm hearing. And I'm like, will anyone notice this? No, I don't know. But it changes the feel. It changes the emotion of it a little bit. So I do kind of want it. Exactly. It's like a little bit heavy. And I just want to have, I literally have brushes right over here behind me. But like, I really just want to. I just want that like really soft, jazzy movement right there that is just there for texture and noise and vibe, with a really soft hit on like the 2 and 4. It's just like really, really, really light, but nothing too crazy. I think the stick opens it up just a little bit more. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It opens it up to, in my opinion, just like a little bit too much. And I want to keep it all really soft. That would be amazing. That'd be amazing. And to be honest with you, you could probably just like record snare, like for the price of a session musician to play drums on it. You could probably just like buy a cheap snare on Marketplace and a brush and just re-record the snare through a condenser mic. You know what I mean? Like just to, from a financial standpoint, like you could, I don't know if you need a whole set, because most of what I hear, I really like. The brush swirls I already like. Most of the cymbal work and other drum work I really like. Like, this is the way I think of it. Like anytime that I'm like running into a pain point in my music, I'm like, I could just buy that and do it myself, and it would pay for the next 5 sessions. That happened to me with a couple other instruments. It was like someone came to me like, hey, I'm looking for this kind of like someone was going to pay me a couple $100 to track this certain kind of a synth that I didn't have. And they were like, can you track this? And I was like, yes. And I agreed to it and then bought the synth. and that session paid for the synth, and then that synth paid for itself over and over again on 7 other sessions. So sometimes it's like, you're like, man, I could spend like $150 on a drummer, or I could like buy a cheap snare for $40 on Marketplace, replace the head for $20, get some cheap brushes and a set of like percussion sticks for $15 on Amazon, and I've spent $70 or something, and I've saved half the money to just with a click track. Like, sometimes it's just easier to just do it yourself. Not that it's always the answer. Sometimes it's like, yeah, just put it off on someone else. But that's always the way that I think about it. Like, what can I do it myself to save some money here?
You'll remain my cellophane.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I really like the call and response here between these two different elements here. I just thought it's like, hey, to each their own, right? I'm working with an artist right now where he's like, oh, we should do a harmonica. The next day he hired a harmonica artist in Nashville or a harmonica musician to do it. He's like, oh, actually, no, I don't think we want to do a harmonica. Let's do fiddle instead. Just hired a fiddle player the next day. I'm like, okay, let's, to each their own. For me, I'm like, I need fiddle on a song. Should I learn fiddle? Like that's the way that I approach everything. I'm like, oh man, I would love to have cello on here. Should I learn cello tomorrow? Like that's the way that I do things. That's how I got into music. Like the way I got into audio engineering was literally that very thing. I was like, I started producing for myself, and I'd been producing for years and years already. Don't spam the chat. If you spam, you're going to get muted. The line is closed, but we'll be opening it up again tomorrow. So definitely tap in tomorrow. That way we can get you up on the board as well, but don't spam the chat. I don't want you to get muted. But anyways, when I was like, 16, 17 years old or whatever, I've been producing for a couple years already. I'd already been working on a lot of stuff, but I was like, but my mixes don't sound good. I need to learn how to mix. And so I started teaching myself how to mix, and then I went and got trained in studio and audio engineering. But that was one of the reasons why I got trained in audio engineering, is because I just wanted to fix my own music too. I just wanted to be able to mix better and do live sound and stuff like that. And so the way that I got into the job that I now have was just because I didn't want anyone else to do it. I was like, oh, I could do this. I'll figure it out. And then I, got trained in it. All right, let's keep it going a little bit here. I love the call and response, left and right. It's weird and dynamic, and I actually really like that. I would just go forward with it. They're lead elements, and they're so far back that the like perceived loudness almost feels like too quiet. And I would love for them to be just like 2 or 3 dB. Now there's all a bunch of mixed stuff you already need to do on the song, just because it's not there yet necessarily. But I would push forward just a couple dB for each of those, so you really do get this like almost like turn your head left, turn your head right, like back and forth that you get in those instruments right there, because they're really cool. And like I love the plucky piano in the background. The trumpet sounds amazing. It's really cool. I really like this producer. This is cool. What would be cool, just as an idea again, feel free to ignore half of my ideas. One of the other things I think would be cool is if at the end of the line you have one phrase, like one arpeggio, what the hell? What am I playing right here? Oh, it's a sub bass still. Where's my piano? I was like, what the hell's going on there? You have, this little like walk up that you do at the end. Yeah, he's so good. I love it, dude. I would love to get in contact with him. He's super talented. I love what he's doing. Like on this last little, little arpeggio going to the top, it would be cool if everything's separate and it's back and forth and it's like overlaid back and forth. And on the last little arpeggio, do them together. Like both the trumpet and the piano, left and right in stereo, do the same arpeggio going up, like the same sequence to like go right into that last hook right there. And then like the trumpet carries a little bit. So they like are individual back and forth, and then they come together and do the same thing in the last one. Just an idea, just tossing random ideas out there. But yeah, I love this producer. So cool. So right here, you hear like a cross stick. That's where like I want more of the brushwork, right? Like I'm hearing like a almost like lo-fi hip hop cross stick in the middle there. It is still like an acoustic cross stick, but it just reminds me more of a lo-fi, which is why I said like a lo-fi remix could be interesting in like 3/4. But that's like a little bit, it's like a little bit more like dry and full. And I like the lightness of the brushes. So I personally would lean a little bit more in that direction.
Things I fall for. What did you mean by?
And those little stacks there, I would love, like, especially if it's brushes and we're simulating brushes on those breaks, bum, 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 bum. I would have like kick, ride, crash, right? Creating those stacks right there, so that like the trumpet, upright bass, vocal, and like piano stack right there all does that little hit. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. They all do that stack, dun 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 dun, because it's a great little syncopation that you have in there. There's like a half accent to it. I would, again, a lot of the things that we're talking about here is like there's amazing ideas underneath there. Thank you for the follow. Amazing ideas. And I just want them to like do those ideas more like, more intently and more dramatically. So like, instead of having a random cross stick in there, lean into the brushes. Instead of trying to go more pop, lean into the cinematic and orchestral elements. In this case, you have some breaks and then you have things that just loop in the background. Don't spam the chat, please. I don't want you to get muted or blocked. So don't spam the chat. The line is closed for today, but if you want to submit, just make sure y'all are following, and we'll open up the lines again tomorrow so that we can listen to y'all's music. Just lean into those production elements. Lean into so like you have the little break in the top right here, but some of the other like percussion and stuff just kind of keeps going in the background. I would do like kick in different cymbals. So boom, 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 do, do, boom, 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 do, do, boom. Like I like lean into those things. Like think of Ray. Think of think of these artists that you're talking about is drama. Like you need, and I want that a little bit in your voice too. Your vocal like you have a great voice. It's so easy to listen to. It's really, really well done. Add a gong. Hey, do it. Just throw stuff at the wall, and then if it doesn't stick, it doesn't stick. You just take it off. It's so easy to delete things. It's 2 buttons to delete things. It's just Command X, and you're gone, and it's gone. You know what I mean? So add a gong in there, and if it doesn't work, if it sounds like shit, and you're like, oh, delete. It's gone. It's more worth it to try it and it not work than for you to like never add something that could have made it really dynamic. So like I love your vocal on this. And so there's times where I want a little bit more dynamic range in your performance as well to match what the music is doing. So when this builds up a little bit, this part's beautiful. I would love to hear like you have a really great upper range right there too. Would love to hear like a little more emoting in these high moments and then pull back even more intimately on the more vulnerable moments, right? Again, drama is the name of this, right? Like, especially when we're talking about like, musicals, we're talking about the visuals. I want whatever you do visually and aesthetically to match the energy of the song, the performance of the song, the emoting of your vocal and stuff like that too. How you do that is obviously kind of up to you. But there's some moments here, like when you're doing these breaks where I want it I want to feel a little bit more grabbed by that vocal. Some of that's on the mix side, but also a bit of that is also just in the way that you project, in the way that you emote when you're singing. Let me pull up these breaks again. Soda, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. I love it. I love weird music.
Passing thought, maybe something you say a lot. Been chasing dreams.
Again, I'm going to be re-recording the feel like I'm healing section 2. Okay, beautiful. I love it. Y'all, the line is closed today. Maybe I need to make this bigger. The line is closed. This is our last track. We're about to hop off in the next 3 minutes. We will open up the lines again tomorrow. So definitely make sure that you're following on either YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok right here. Make sure that you're following or subscribe depending on the platform. And then we'll open up the lines again tomorrow and we'll get a fresh batch of artists up on the board ready to go. But this is our last one. I want to hear the breaks again. Where'd the breaks go?
When it rains, you'll remain my cellophane.
Especially like on that hook, I want that to feel a little more natural. It's very, I think partially because of the tuning and the mix on it, just currently speaking, I want that to feel like a little bit more like natural and soft and easy to listen to. Right now, it's very like quantized almost and on the nose. I would love for that to feel a little bit more free. Okay, let's get into these breaks.
It's kind of hard for me to differ between a friendly rapport and the things I fall for.
I mean, I can see the music video already. I don't really know how to expand and make the second pre and chorus to be a little bit more different.
What did you mean?
Different, interesting for the second time. I mean, these breaks are a great way to do that. I think it's just being more dramatic. I think the way that you sing will make a difference. I think that the drama and the production will make a difference. If you right here,
And the things I fall for. What did you mean by?
and then break. Like I would do a break right there. Boom, 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 boom. Like you can do like the chimes transition, right? A chimes transition right there with the harp moving up in an arpeggio. Then boom, 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 boom. And go back into it. Like there's ways that we can start to like shift the energy a little bit, but I think what needs to happen is like if everything's kind of in the middle the whole time right here, you won't get the dynamics right. So we need to make it like fuller and more emotional sometimes, which does happen. You have a higher range in there on your hook that does feel more dynamic, but then more interesting in those middle sections as well. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. We have some really talented film scores in here as well. Line is closed for today, y'all. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. But we are closed for today. I need to make this bigger because I've had probably 48 people in the last 6 minutes ask about submitting. I need to make the line close sign bigger. I will do that next time, I promise. So thank you for the follow. But we're closed for today. We're going to open up the line again tomorrow. So just make sure that you're following, as some of y'all are. I appreciate that a lot. And we'll open up the line again to get a fresh batch of probably 10 to 20 artists tomorrow. All right.
I miss her. Was it just a passing thought? Maybe something you say a lot. Been chasing dreams, imagine.
And then the other thing that you can do. So here's one thing that I would recommend. Think of it this way. If you have like this happens a lot of times, like let's say you have like a rap and R&B song and a rapper comes in on the second verse. A lot of times what you'll hear is on the next hook following that second verse, which is a little bit different, you'll hear ad-libs from the rapper, right? So it doesn't feel like someone like got into the song and then they left the song and they ghosted and they're out of here, right? Last thing I'll say, and then we'll close. I would do kind of the same thing here. So like sometimes like, again, like a rapper is doing the second verse and then you'll hear them doing some ad-libs still in the second section of the song in the next hook, even when the other vocal comes back in. Or you might hear a crazy guitar solo in a song. You'll hear it like on a rock song, you hear a crazy guitar solo. And then after that, the guitar doesn't just ghost. You'll usually hear a couple other little nuggets of the guitar later on. So it still feels like it's still kind of in there. You know what I mean? Like it's still kind of in the flow. It's not like here's a compartmentalized cool moment and then it's gone and it's ghosted. I forgot about ad-libs. There you go. So ad-libs would be great. And the other thing as well is on the instruments, right? So since you had a beautiful piano and guitar or piano and trumpet solo in there, in between some of these lines, have a really cool interlude with the trumpet. Like you can have some interludes with little ear candy, and it could be a little bit more forward because you've already heard this hook before. So you could have some of those elements, some of those other lead elements, like that piano on the left side, the trumpet on the right side. They don't have to be that far panned if you don't want it to be. But you could bring in some of these other elements again, just like the rapper coming back in the hook, just like you doing ad-libs after the second verse. You can bring in some more of that ear candy, so that is one of the ways that you distinguish your second or third hook from your earlier hooks, so that it doesn't feel like the song is like flatlined dynamically. Like it goes to here, it goes to a verse, it goes back to here. It's like, no, you go from a hook right here, you come down, you build up the verse, you go to the hook, you do a second hook, and then you come all the way back down for the solo, and then you boost for the last hook, so it has a climax to the end of the song. You're really playing with the emotions and the dynamics. It doesn't feel like things are copy and pasted over. It doesn't feel like things are looped. It feels like the song is alive and it's morphing and it's living and breathing. I think that's one of the ways that like your vocal ad-libs definitely can come into play there. Give it some fresh energy, but also bringing back in some of the solo instruments so that it feels really dynamic and it feels really interesting. Y'all please show some love. Yeah, line is closed. We're hopping off right now. Y'all show some love to Annie. Annie, I appreciate you so much. You're very talented. Excuse me, Jesus. You're very, very talented. I like your writing a lot. And your producer's awesome. I love this producer. This is really cool. This is someone that I would hang on to. Like, I think their intuition for their music is really, really solid. Of course, anytime. I appreciate you a lot. Y'all please show some love. If you like what you hear, you're interested in the process, this is Annie right here in the chat. So please show some love to them. Go follow them. Any artist that gets on the stage, show them some love and support. Give them a boost. Biggest cool, Tyler Murray. Dude, send his profile to me if you don't mind. You don't have to, but send. I would love to at least follow him and connect with what he's doing. But y'all please show some love. That is going to close it for today, y'all. We're going to be back on tomorrow afternoon, so just make sure that you're following. Subscribed on YouTube. Make sure that you are following on Twitch. Make sure that you are following here on TikTok. Quick reminder that all of the VODs that we have here, every single one of these live streams, are saved to the YouTube playlist. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You can. What am I saying? All of these live streams, they're in their entirety are saved to YouTube in a playlist called Track Talk live stream. So if you want to go back and reference a consultation that you had or a song that you heard, all of those are listed on there. And just a quick reminder as well before we hop off, for those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do full-time. It's what I've done for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. Done piano since I was 6 years old, all that fun stuff. So if you are wanting to get a breakdown, or you're wanting to hire me for any of those services, just reach out on Instagram. Juice, thank you for the follow. Reach out on Instagram, TikTok. You can also reach out through my website. You can find it through my profile. Click on the link, theobsidiankey.com. You can find all the details there. So if you want, I do a lot of session work. So synthesis is probably one of my favorite things, since I've played piano for the last 28 years, 26 years. So if you need analog synthesis, hardware synthesis, I've got electric, acoustic, and bass guitars, live drums, vocals, keys, whatever it may be. If you ever need any of those services or full production services, mixing, mastering engineer, just shoot me a message. We can talk about budget and timeline and what you're doing creatively, and see if it would be a good fit. I would love to work with y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate you a lot. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me today and joining the live stream. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see some of y'all tomorrow as well. Y'all have an amazing rest of your evening.